Okay, hello everybody. How are you doing? I have a weird feeling that I forgot about something, but I cannot think of what exactly. So a quick reminder, last time we've been working on some Velo-based rendering. Initially I set off to try and make it work without an intermediate texture so that Velo renders directly to Bevy. But then turns out that Bevy is using a different texture format, which is not really compatible with Velo. And so we ended up rendering it to a separate texture anyway. Not much has changed since then. I did some simplifications, mainly I am now keeping the texture in the context itself, so I'm not using an asset from Bevy, and that's just because I'm only using it for rendering and nothing else. And this way I can easily, recreate the texture whenever the size changes right here when I render, instead of having to modify the asset in the main world and then waiting for the extraction to update it and whatever. Yeah, but other than that, this works. And today we'll be looking at making some actual UI with it. And I did some prior work before the live stream. And I also prepared some little mock-ups for what we're gonna be trying to do today, right? So here's the main menu. As you can see, really simple, just a few buttons and hints. And then here are the settings. The most, traditional, I guess, layout you can have for settings with the tabs at the bottom, switched using the triggers, and then the options here. And then there's the save, choose menu, which I'm not sure if we're gonna get to it today. So the plan is to make it actually happen, right? Because we are, a reminder, we are not using Bevy's UI. We are using Velo for rendering. Bevy uses a mesh-based approach, more of a traditional sort of way of doing it, which I'd argue is better. I mean, depending on your needs. If you need to have a lot of shaders and custom effects like that, then probably mesh-based solution is better. But we are using Velo, and so my current idea, which seems to be working, kind of, is to use a classical retained widget tree stored in the ECS as entities and then just render them. So here you can see the system responsible for rendering right now. We may be changing it a little bit. So this is basically a depth-first traversal through the widget tree using a queue so that I don't have a recursive call in here, because then I would need to pass all of these to the function and stuff. So we just have a queue. We start with all the children, and then we loop over the children, switch over the variant. Right now I only have a button, and then we push children to the queue. Essentially, it's not a queue, it's a stack, I guess, because again, it's depth first traversal, so we want to go as deep as possible with the first children, and then the next, and the next, and the next. Sheesh, that looks good, thank you very much. I love that UI. Are you not watching Eurovision? Why would I? I don't. First of all, I don't have television, and second of all, I'm not really interested in music. It's not even a festival, right? It's more like a. What's the correct name for that? When people compete while singing, like X Factor, right? Type of thing. And stuff like that. Anyway, no, I'm not watching it. I didn't know it was happening, in fact. Yo, hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, so as you can see, these mockups are made in 1920 by 1080 resolution, and this is because we're gonna use a really advanced technique for layouting. Okay, this may go over people's head a little bit. It's called hard coding. hard coding, if I could spell everything. So generally speaking, when people overcomplicate UI stuff, it's for a very good reason, which is responsiveness, right? Because like if you're making an application or a website, you don't really know if it's gonna run on a mobile phone, right? Which is, well, what is this tool? On a mobile phone, which is, you know, in portrait mode, or on like a monitor, which is in landscape and whatever. And so you need to care of all of this. My approach, and it's usually the approach that a lot of games follow, because the UI toolkits in stuff like Unity or Godot, they don't really deal well with responsiveness either. Fortunately, we don't need that in video games, because the UI in video games, the simpler video games, right? Usually it's not really fitting the screen. Like if you can take a look at this UI in Krita, for example, there's a lot of stuff that sort of frames the screen around it, right? You have the toolbar on the left, you have the toolbar at the top, there are some side panels on the right that you cannot see. In video games, usually the layout elements are like floating in the center. So if you think of a screen, right, maybe the menu is like here, like in our case, maybe it's like here, or maybe it's a little bit bigger, right? It's usually it's rare to see like a UI in a video game that like wraps the frame. So what we can do is we can just use a basis which has like a 60:9 resolution, right? Or aspect ratio, I guess. And some known width, in this case, or in my case, is full HD. And we can position all of the elements however we want using this space, right? And that's gonna remain the same no matter what. And then all we need to do is just transform this canvas depending on the resolution of the screen of our player. So if somebody, I don't know, is playing the game in the 90s and they have like a 4:3 aspect ratio, right? That's really easy. We can just position our 60:9 UI in this place, and it's gonna work just fine, because again, if we're positioning something relative to the center, it's just gonna float in the center, right? Same goes for people with like wider monitors. All we need to do is just position the 16:9 version in the center, and the menu is gonna be in the center. And then what happens when we want to position something not relative to the center, but rather to like the bottom left corner, we do pretty much the same thing. We simply align the corners instead of the centers. So we position our 16:9 relative to this bottom left corner in the 4:3 ratio, and then we do the same on a wider monitor. And then again, we end up with nicely positioned menu that works on most screens without having to change any of the layout or positioning inside. And then lastly, if we want to scale our UI, we can do that as well, right? So we can say, oh, actually, we want the UI to be like twice as small, because maybe somebody is playing on a huge monitor, which is like 4K, but it's not a 4K, 24 inches, but rather like something bigger. We can just lower the scale of this by a half. And again, everything is gonna be fit perfectly fine in the center here, or in the case of a corner arrangement, it's gonna be here, right? And then the menu is displayed as a smaller version. The point is, we don't need to worry about changing any of the coordinates of our layout, because they are the same always. We just transform the entire canvas however we see fit. So that's my current solution for UI, and we're gonna see how far it takes us. Are you sure you don't want to write your own implementation of Flexbox from scratch? No, if push comes to shove and we actually end up needing a layout, I'm gonna just use Staffy. But it's a funny. I get the joke. It's a funny joke. So here's how the UI is currently spawned. First of all, I spawned the view, and as you can see, the view has an anchor that I stole from this is the sprite anchor that I stole from Bevy. Maybe we're gonna end up using, you know, a different version. Doesn't really matter. I set it to bottom left, and then I just position my buttons as I would. It's kind of, if you've ever written like some lower level immediate mode GUI code, it's kind of similar to that, right? We just calculate the position and then just embed it in here, and we don't care about anything else. We are still using Bevy's scene graph implementation, right? So we're using like parents and children hierarchies, and this is really cool because then we can get, when we draw, we can just get the transform, the global transform, which is computed for us, and we can use it when rendering our button. So here's the current menu. It's looking really rough, okay, compared to the mockup. The mockup has some nicer colors because this is just black and white and doesn't have any cool effects. But it's here, and we're gonna sort of, today's goal is to take it from here to this mockup and hopefully also implement some of the settings. Which settings are gonna be like the most difficult part, right? Especially the interactive things like sliders and drop-down menus. Yeah. Anything else I need to update you about? I also upgraded my hot reload setup. So we are currently in a brand new crate called interface, which is also hot reloadable. And I added this new little function called spawn hot. What it does, it spawns an entity with, you know, whatever bundle we want, and a hot component marker, which is then removed whenever we hot reload. So as you can see right here, we have the main menu with like quit options and start game, and then maybe I want to, you know, change this. Maybe I want to actually spawn the button with settings or whatever. I can save that, and if I enable hot reload, and it just needs to do that really quick. I also figured out the problem with like hot reloading highlighting wrong errors. Turns out it is Visual Studio's code fault. So if I just run the hot reload watcher in a separate terminal, it works just fine. Right, and now it got reloaded, and we have settings instead of options. So this is how we're gonna be trying to work today. And last final thing, I guess, is a little font rendering that I set up for the sake of like rendering buttons and stuff. Variable text. I stole it from Velo's examples. We may need to like switch to a proper font layout later. I'm aware of that, but for now this works just fine. One cool thing about it is that it supports variable fonts. So what I'm using here, the font that I'm using here is actually, if I can find it, Roboto Flex, which is a variable Roboto variant, if that's how you pronounce it. I don't know where you put accent on which syllable. Roboto. And what this allows us to do is specify some variations for the font. So we can set the weight, we can set the width, we can set the slant, and it's all nice and variable, I guess, right? So here, for example, if we are focused, I set the slant to like -10, and you can see that the font gets slanted. But the cool thing is that it's variable, so I could set it to like -5 if I wanted to. Or I could set the font weight to like 650, right? Why does it matter though? Because I'm gonna wanna animate this, and then it's gonna look really crisp and fun when we actually animate these properties. But yeah, animations are gonna have to wait for later. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of my tea really quick. So what I've been working on yesterday, like the last thing, most recent thing, was updating interactions. So basically detecting which element is currently focused. And the way I want it to work is that it actually remembers which element is focused. So you can see that as I hover my mouse over these buttons, different buttons get focused. But when I take my mouse away, it doesn't lose the focus. So the focus is always there. And that's I like this better. I always do that in Unity, because in Unity it doesn't work like this. So I need to like write a custom script for that as well. Because then when you're on a gamepad, you know, you're not really hovering over anything, and instead you're using like a D-pad or your joystick to navigate. And in order to navigate, you need a point of reference. So something needs to be selected for a gamepad to be able to like navigate. And it is a bit annoying, and video games often do that, where like they open a menu and nothing is selected, and then you need to like press something on the gamepad, and then it like selects whatever is like the first default option. I don't know, just a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, so this the current approach is really naive, because it doesn't traverse the widget tree. It just iterates over every single button and finds the, or not even button, and every single element, and it just finds whatever is within the mouse, right? And I think this is gonna get us far, because we're not gonna have like overlapping elements, hopefully. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. So this is eventually we can do like a depth first traversal here as well, but I don't think we need all of this, because again, what we're doing is a really simple menu. Hi, hello, welcome. Yeah. So now one more thing that we need to do is figure out sending events whenever we press something, and that should also be pretty straightforward, I think. Work schedule got me up at 5 a.m. So first time I've been able to catch the stream live. Oh, welcome. That's nice to hear, I think. I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry about the schedule, but it's nice that you're here, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so the idea for the buttons is also pretty straightforward, I think, which is we're just gonna send an event and then handle it somehow. So this, it could just be an enum without anything else going forward. I'm thinking how this would work. I'm not sure if I just want one huge giant enum with like every single possible menu event. I guess it would be okay. Again, it's not like it has to be extendable. It's not like we're gonna add new things to it, you know, over time. Okay, so maybe let's handle the focus first so that it works on the gamepad as well. So I'm gonna get this resource first and foremost. And use it here. And we're gonna wanna set it to like this entity probably. I'm also thinking because maybe this information should be set on like a per view basis and not globally. But we're gonna maybe take care of that in just a second. For now, I'm just gonna set focus to some ID right here. So this will make the start game focused immediately. And now for the purposes of, I mean, as you can see, it's already focused. For the purposes of gamepad navigation, we're gonna need some component for that. This is gonna be navigation, and then we're just gonna have app with like an option and an entity. And then we're just gonna have app right, down, and left. Right, so this is gonna define like if we are currently focused on this entity and we press a navigation on the gamepad, what other thing do we want to focus? And I guess we're gonna need all of the IDs here. This is gonna be a bit easier to set up using some helper methods. So this is options, and this is gonna be start, let's say. So now what I think we could do, also hold on, let's add this navigation. Or maybe not, let's not add this anywhere. I wonder if you would be able to determine that reliably using transforms. No. I mean, you can do that, and game engines do that, but I like precise control over it, and not some like magical, you know, determinism using positions. Despite the fact that, you know, we're probably only gonna navigate like up and down. I don't think there's any point where like we navigate left to right. Or right. Oh no, wait, there is. Where is it? Hold on. Where's the mockup? It's here. Because when you choose the save, we go from like left to right. Also, there's a little thing that I want to play around with in terms of animations, which is there's this little background polygon, and I want it to like rotate like this to sort of show that this is the currently selected thing. This is one of the things. Can I rant about something? I hate when like, especially indie games on itch and stuff like that. I mean, I guess I shouldn't hate because it's usually, you know, people new to game development. But I hate when games do that where it's something like accept, and then you have like cancel or something, and then like accept is blue. And like, if you look at this, right? If you press enter, what's gonna happen? It's like nobody knows, because one of them is selected, but because like the selection is only the change in color, it can be both ways. Maybe the white is being highlighted, maybe the blue is being highlighted. Like the amount of times I've seen this happening in like indie video games is crazy. So yeah, I want to have like a really strong emphasis, like, hey, this is rotating, like continuously animating, and this is the main option that you're gonna click if you are currently focusing on it. Yeah, I really hate that when I see that in menus. Yeah, we need to spread the message, because I'm pretty sure it's just people, you know, not knowing better. Anyway, what was I wanting to do? Oh, I wanted to set up, like, maybe we can do this here. It doesn't matter. We can do like implement navigation, and then do public function setup y, and then take some commands with like a mutable reference to commands, and then A as entity and B as entity, and there we're gonna do commands spawn, no, not spawn, commands entity A, insert Can we do that? But this would override the other options. That's the biggest bummer, because we can only use that to initially like set it up. Yeah, it's not gonna work like this. I guess let's just do it instead of trying to like extract functions. Let's just see how it would look like if we were to set it up. So once we have everything, we can just do commands entity quit insert navigation. But default could be useful here. If you had a component for direction, you wouldn't need option either. Oh, technically, yeah. Then we're gonna fragment the archetype table like this. Okay. Let's see. Reminds me of when I first played into the breach and got locked in the tutorial for 10 minutes. The tips in that game come as pop-ups. Wait, you need to be a bit more explicit. What does it remind you of? Are you referring to like the different highlighted color, or? We're gonna need some reflect here. Oh, and also this is a component, I guess. But instead of saying press to continue, they wrote press to dismiss. So I keep searching how to continue since I didn't want to dismiss the tutorial. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that seems awful. Component reflect default. We're also gonna reflect the component. What else do we need? The ref probably could be fun to have. Now we should. No, never mind. I was joking. I'm not gonna. I wanted to say that now we should write a derive macro for like navigation specifically, so that we don't need to repeat the code 4 times. Okay. Up, down, left, right. Oh, I was thinking you could have navigation cardinal. You're joking right now. You're not serious. What is cardinal? Hold on. Is this a thing? No. I guess you mean like not anchor. I guess you mean like implement a custom type just for that. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess we could do that. You convinced me. Cardinal is north, east, west, south. Yeah, I know. I know. I was thinking about the struct, the enum. So I was wondering if there was an enum like that in Bevy, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, public enum. It's kind of interesting that it's not a thing. Maybe there is like, is there like a direction? What is this? Who are you? Defines text direction. Okay, I guess not. Well, I don't even know if it works, to be honest. No, hold on. Yeah, you're making it up. Because you can an enum variant is not a type, so we can't make it generic over like an enum variant. We would need to have separate struct for each direction, and then we could have like navigation up, right? Which at this point, or like, you know, navigation T or whatever, which at this point we can just have multiple navigations, I think. I don't think there's anything to gain, since we cannot use an enum, unless we can use an enum, and I just don't know how. What's wrong with the entity here? What is your problem? There is no default for entity. Oh my god. I guess we don't need a default. Why is there no default for entity? What would the default be? Well, considering that the generation is like non-zero U32, I'd assume that it would be like an entity with generation 0 or something like that. But I guess it only works if you like do an option, right? Because I remember reading in some release that they optimized the memory layout specifically for that, so that option entity is 64 bytes and not more than 64. I don't know what would be. I don't think it would be. Would it be 96 or would it go to 128? I don't know, actually. Well, you wouldn't want it to default to a random entity though, right? Well, it wouldn't be a random entity. It would be like not a number in a float. Because you cannot have an entity with generation 0. That would never be an entity. Not sure how Bevy would handle that. It wouldn't handle that. It would just not find that entity, right? If you were trying to access it. Yeah, but I guess if we want a default, it could be an option. It would be the same thing, just a little bit more verbose. Up, down, left, and right. All of this is registered, and oh, this is not nice. What is going on here? Okay, so now we can have some implementation here going on. Yeah, but let's just write it for now. Not worry about the rest. Navigation. So quit, navigation, up. Go to options. and then navigation down, go to start. I'm gonna do a little loop-de-loop. Then options, up is gonna be start, down is gonna be quit, and then start. Up is gonna be quit, down is gonna be options. Perfect, beautiful, wonderful. None of this works. This should be an ID. And what's your problem? Cannot initialize a tuple struct which contains private fields. I guess I'm gonna make it public then. I was considering making a, constructor function for navigation app, but then I realized I would need to write the same thing for all four of them. Which is kind of tempting. Okay, no, hold on. This can work actually, now as I think of it. This would be like that. Not default. I know, just having fun at this point. It could be very well be the previous solution. What's the problem here? It's never used. Oh, and there's gonna be a pain in the A. Okay, and then the reference gonna operate on this. Type path. What about now? Phantom data is not satisfied. Okay. We're getting there. Focus is misspelled. Gotta transpose the U and S. I don't know why the spell checker is not picking it up. Okay. Yeah, so now we can rewrite this and make it more verbose. Look at this. Look at this progress. That's like 3 additional lines of code right here. I've noticed that .rs files don't do any spell checking or linting until after there is a hard save, and Rust Analyzer has a chance to validate the file first. Oh, but what file? What spell checker are you referring to? Because I have like an extension for spell checking for typos. Is there like a built-in spell checker for like Visual Studio Code? Code spell checker is the one I use. Oh, I see. Okay, let me close this. So hot reload is not gonna pick up these changes. Oh, what's the matter? Cannot borrow commands as immutable more than once. Okay, that's a bummer. Can we do this? Maybe? No, there's no entity. Okay, let me think. But this returns entity commands, so we could go that route, right? Oh no, because the spawn takes parent as mutable, so that's also not gonna work. What if, can we do this? This would be interesting. Let's quit parent. Can I like reserve an ID? Has to be possible because ID does it somehow, right? Oh no, it already has an ID. What about leaving 2 components for navigation, horizontal and vertical? Nav horizontal, left option, right option, nav vertical. I mean, it is an option, but what does it bring to the table, right? Is the question. I don't think any of the variants that we can go, like 1 giant thing, or 2 for vertical or horizontal, or 4 for all cardinal directions. I feel like they're gonna end up with, you know, having the exact same result. There is a spawn empty. Yeah, see, there is a way to reserve an entity, and it is public technically, but entities is not public. Okay, but presumably, even if we had the entity, we cannot modify it, not through this, right? We can add command. Is spawning a command? Is that how it works? I don't think it is. No, okay. It is annoying, because parent has access to, right? Or yeah, it has access to the commands. It's just that it's not exposed. So all we can do is spawn an entity. We cannot modify an entity. It's just that you'll have cyclic transitions from last to first in most menus, and less frequent ones won't. Yeah, that is a valid point. I look into it, but first we need to figure this out. Yeah, I guess we can just flatten this out. Maybe that's gonna be the best approach here. So let me see. Let's rewrite this as such. Okay, main menu, and then gonna go through this. This is gonna be commands. Okay, what is your problem? Okay, nothing is your problem, I guess. Commands, wait. Commands, entity, main menu, push children. Start options, start. No, start options, quit. Okay. What is this? Parent. Oh, this shouldn't be here. It should be like that. Okay, quit options, start game, awesome. They don't have the navigation though. That's kind of a bummer, if you ask me. Oh, okay, it doesn't compile because of this. Okay. Ooh, that's a bummer. Okay, now we're talking. Navigation up, navigation down. And I guess we can do a little function for this public function. Can I do a window? Yeah, I can. Windows size 2. Entity, window 0. No, not name, navigation. Okay, so we're just gonna make a horizontal horizontal chain of like navigation, and then to keep it simple, because I don't think there's a way to make an iterator behave this way, we can just do navigation vertical chain, mutable reference to the commands, and then we can do a little trick and just do start options, options quit, and then quit start, and that's gonna automatically add everything else. What's your problem? Ooh, okay, that's a bummer. Yeah, if I would be able to do that without needing to specify a generic, but I have to, well, it's whatever. No, it would be nice if it actually worked, right? That would be fun. Let's go to input and try to figure that out. So we're gonna need some sort of a D-pad. Because we're still interested in sort of action events and not just an axis, like with a normal joystick. Okay. Seal this, implement D-pad from button. Just gonna need all of these. Then we can do just self app is equal to, or self app dot from button input app. Okay, now our input state. Navigation, let's call it. It's gonna be a D-pad. And then we're gonna have to figure out how to make it work with a joystick, because yeah, I don't know why all of these types are listed here unnecessarily. Oh, what's the problem? Set teleport. When you were developing on Unity, did you use the Nova UI framework? Really like the customization right in the editor window and the clever coding by layering events and data binding. So I'm not making like a UI heavy game, so I never really looked into any like advanced UI techniques in Unity specifically. I think you can also drop default if you want to use Bevy thing. You think so? Yeah, it seems this way. I'm gonna leave it for now like this, because that's how I use it in other places. Okay, one major problem is that the current input system is sort of tied to the fixed update loop. So we're gonna have to look into that as well. Okay. let me see how it's currently structured. So this happens in pre-update, and then at the end of every fixed last, we do our clear input, so that we don't process multiple fixed updates with the same input. I guess we could just handle UI interaction in the fixed update loop. That would be like the simplest solution, instead of trying to like have two separate structures with the input state for both loops. Yeah, so I think this is the direction we're gonna go. Let's see. Gonna add fixed update hot reloadable system in here. So this is not necessary. Why is it here? Yeah, should be. That should do the trick. State navigation from button dpad up, dpad right, dpad down, dpad left. Okay, and then on the keyboard, for now let's just do W, is it W key? Key W, yeah. Key D, key S, and then key A. Let's go to update interactions and see if we can read that state and get some actual result from that. If we could compile this, that would be well, it's not buttons. Buttons are for the mouse. These are keys. So the button will have to store the event that we want to trigger inside of it, probably. That's ideally, that's how it would work. Oh, what's the matter? Fix update interface hot. Oh. Okay, that's a panic. Let's make sure that it's okay. Input state doesn't exist. Interesting. Is the other thing running? It is. Alright, have a good stream. I watched the rest of it on tape. No worries. Have a great rest of the day. Oh, it's like a different. Oh, okay, I see. I see the problem. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. Let's debug the input D-pad, see how it's gonna navigation. It's probably not even public, is it? Oh, and we also need to reset the state afterwards, so hold on. Tick. Where's my gamepad? Would be nice to have it. Okay. So again, if I were to do, I will debug input navigation app pressed. Let's see what this would give us. It's something that doesn't seem right. Field, not a method. Oh, is it a field? Oh, it is. Okay. Well, then that's just my fault. So that's false now. What is it? Up. Yeah, I can press and I can see it. A little true appearing on the screen. Okay, so one more thing that we need to do, because right now this continuously checks for the mouse position. And ideally we only want to do that when the mouse position actually changes. Because otherwise, you know, the navigation is not gonna work. It's gonna be constantly overridden by the mouse. I wonder if we maybe should include the mouse position here in the input state. Yeah, I'll think about this on my break, and I'll see you back in 6 minutes. Okay, so before we continue with the UI, I'd like to improve this input handling a little bit because it is getting annoyed, the current implementation, mostly because it doesn't handle like multiple different bindings for the same action. And as I'm reading through the implementation, it is kind of awful as well. So there is some room for improvement. So here's the general idea. We're gonna add a new property here, probably called something like currently pressed. It's gonna not be public because we don't care about this. And now instead of using the just press and just release from the actual input, we're gonna make it a bit different. So first we're gonna have a, let's call it begin for now, doesn't really matter. And this is just gonna set self currently pressed to false. And then we're gonna do input, I guess. And since we only really need this information, we don't need just released and just pressed. It can really just take a Boolean value. So press bool, and then we're gonna do self dot currently pressed is equal to self dot currently pressed or pressed. So this way we can call it multiple times with different inputs. And if at least one of them is pressed, it's gonna register as being pressed. And then in finish, we're gonna do our actual, verification. Also, this could be, or not verification, but rather change detection. This is gonna be currently active, not currently pressed. So now if self.active is equal to self.currently active, that's okay, we don't need to do anything. Otherwise we need to handle this situation. So if this is the same, this means that self.pressed is false. So we definitely did not press it this frame. And we definitely did not release it this frame because nothing has changed. And then if something has changed, I'm gonna do self.active is equal to self.currently active. And then self.pressed is equal to self.active. So if we are currently active, this means that we pressed it this frame, and then self.released is equal to the negation of that. So this will also eliminate like the need for tick altogether. And from button is also not necessary. Has changed can stay, and then we can make our function update pressed boolean, or we can call it single. right? And then we're gonna do self.begin, self.input pressed, self.finish. So this is in case we only want one type of action. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to this in just a second. First, let's update this thing. So let's see if this is gonna be actually less verbose. If I do single, and then instead of this as reference, we can just do pressed. I mean, I guess it ends up being roughly the same. Oh. Okay, I desperately need to learn how to select multiple lines in VS Code, but not one after the other. Hold on, I'm gonna Google this up. Oh wait, we went through this already, I remember. Because I have my Control D once you have your text. Yeah, we had this discussion already. I have this key binding repurposed. Hold on. Where's keyboard shortcuts? What's the name of it? Select next instance. You say. Let's see. Select next. So I remember rebinding it. No, I probably have an alternative key binding because we solved that previously. I just don't remember what I set it to. I can seem to find it. Control Shift D, could it be that? Add selection to next find match. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're talking. So this is gonna be single. Let's see if this makes sense. Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, we did it. And now, if I wrote this correctly, it shouldn't need the clear input because the finish function is gonna do the same thing that clear input used to do. Okay, now it's just the D pads in here. And we probably want to duplicate everything. I mean, not the implementation, but the API. Right, so we're just gonna steal this part, I guess. Begin. Thank you for sharing your working sessions. It's been fun to follow along. No problem. I figured like I'm doing it anyway, might as well stream it. Okay, that's gonna be, okay, input is not gonna work like that. Input is gonna have to be custom, but finish can work like this. Okay, I don't know if we'll be able to have a single in here, but we'll see. So input now is gonna need the same thing here with like the ability to specify multiple up, right, down, and left configurations. And then we're gonna manually call input here with input dot pressed, and then whatever this is, something like this, right? We also don't need tick anymore. Okay. And I guess we can have an implementation for single as well. It's gonna be basically the same thing, but like that. Okay, so that's the D-pad done. That's just gonna be a different name, nothing else, right? Yeah, and here the same thing. So you can actually test it by making it support arrow keys as well as WDSA. It's really really weird order to say it. So this is gonna be input. Now what we can do is just begin, finish. Now we're gonna add a custom thing here. Arrow up, arrow right, arrow down, arrow left. Okay, that's a bit better. And now the mouse. Oops, what did I press? Git lens. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So we have the D-pad, we have an action, we probably want a public extract access, I guess, would be the typical name for it. It's just gonna be a wrapper on top of vec2. And what do you need? Reflect and default. And the ref, I guess. It's not gonna only be axis. It's gonna be value, but we also want to. The reason I'm adding this is because I want to reuse it for a mouse, and we want allo changed here. That's a boolean, probably. And then we could dereference this thing. Or maybe let's just make these public. It's actually how actions work, so there is no point in making it different. Okay, so let's implement access, and we're gonna make a simple function called single, just sort of follow the same API. Although for now we're only gonna support one binding per access. We can look into this later. So I have a function for this, hold on, because it's just that right now it's somewhere else. So, oh, hold on a second, the name is already taken. Where are sources? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Blue Paint, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I messed up because I overshadowed the name, I think. Hold on. So I know, let's call it input access just for now, just to see if access is a thing. Bevy input stores the position data of the input devices of type T. The values are stored as F32s using access set access get to retrieve the value clamped between access min and access max. Okay, so there is already a thing for that I'm already using. How am I using it? Oh yeah, I'm doing access get. And I'm checking for a little dead zone. I mean, sources of the game, are they public? No. I feel like some modules would be good looking at the files on the left. Shh, yeah, I know. It's been growing steadily. I'll probably need some like crates even for some of that stuff. Because I'm currently operating in the common crate, which was meant to be like, yeah, whatever. If I don't know where to put something, I'm gonna put it there. We will need to take care of that, that is true. Okay, read access. How does the mouse work? Because aim is an axis and movement is an axis. Let's see. Oh, that's just this. With a little normalization. I love that if length is greater than 1. This could be, see, now I know better. That's some old piece of code. This could be just movement normalize or 0. It would be the exact same logic as this whole thing here, trying to express desperately. Okay, let's put read access here for now. Let's take a look at this. What are your thoughts on automated testing when developing games? My impression is that it's often not worth the time and doesn't help much when a lot of systems and abstractions are evolving. Yeah, I agree. I mean, in my context, I agree, right? I think there are games, is there a place and time where you might opt to reach for testing? I think there are certain games that are suitable for testing, maybe. I feel like I'm trying to think of an example. Like when you have games that have really like discrete input where it's just like the player pressing, you know, a button after a button after a button, and you can sort of do, it's really easy to record the player's input and replay the game in the exact same way. I feel like you can have like some nice testing setup for this for a low to no cost. Right, so this would be like a high level test. I'm not talking about, you know, unit testing, but rather just having the game run and play itself, and, you know, see if everything works correctly. Might be fun to develop systems for automating playback of player inputs. Yeah, feature acceptance testing. Yeah, exactly. So like, for example, if I wanted to, which I'm thinking about actively, if I wanted to make Astortion like the physics replayable, right? Then I feel like I could do some testing really easily. If like you already have a backend in place that is capable of recording the input and then replaying it, and I feel like testing comes naturally from that. Never do automated testing with input recording. It is unreliable as hell. Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I'm talking about games that have reliable input recording. Because there are games like that, believe it or not. There are games that like record the like entire platforming segment and can replay it on a different machine, and it's like perfectly reproducible down to like the floating point precision. So yeah, that's my take, my mild take about testing. Trackmania does that, which is how they do the replay goes from your previous attempts. That's fun. That's cool to know. Okay, so clearly this is gonna be something from, this is like from Gamepad, because this is like really Gamepad specific. It's gonna be vector 2. This should be pretty easy, because it's just if, is there like equality implemented for vector 2? There probably is, right? Yeah, if value is the same. I guess we can just do this. Self.changed is equal to this, and then just a little assignment here. And here we're gonna take a mutable reference as well, and do a little bit of self.single. And this is the value. We're no longer returning a vector. Oh, and now we can store dead zone per input access. That could be better, because we probably don't want, well, maybe no, let's keep it as it is for now. someone made a video about Trackmania replays, and they feel vulnerable to floating point errors. You can't really avoid it, but if you're close enough, then it might be okay. I don't know. I've read an article that was stating that it is possible. As long as you're like using a really limited instruction set for like floating point operations. But I don't know, this is out of my depth, so you should focus on testing individual features, and if you want to simulate some state, it shall be based on transforms and coordinates, I think. I don't know what to say to that. But now that you do physics yourself, you can probably do something like it at some point, if it makes sense. For floating point errors, probably the only way to solve this is by putting both regular and simulated inputs through the same floating point precision. I think technically it's possible to do deterministic gameplay, but I think the reality is the amount of care you have to have across everything is too much wasted effort. So the article I'm referring to was using a lot of examples of actual video games that use that for the sake of like the net code, where the server would only receive the input from the player and simulate the rest of the game, and then the client would simulate the game as well, and they would stay in sync because of the deterministic behavior of the implementation. And they were using, they were giving actual examples of games that do that. So like, it seems that in certain cases it is reasonable to approach this. Give me a second, maybe I'm gonna find this article. Oh, well, once you introduce a network, there is no more determinism. No, what do you mean by that? The server is a computer and your client is a computer. They can simulate things deterministically. See, I'm gonna end this subject because I feel like we both don't know what we're talking about, if I'm being honest. Because again, this is like, what you're saying sort of contradicts what I've read on the internet. During my next break, I'm gonna try to find this article. If I manage, I'm gonna send it here. But yeah. Anyway, I'm currently not doing deterministic physics, so it doesn't matter. Could argue that it's eventually consistent and that the server simulation is the canonical truth. Rocket League does this client-side simulation prediction, but with server authority. I mean, yeah, the server always has an authority, right? Okay, so how are we doing this from the keyboard? We probably also need something for this. I guess it can be from a D-pad, because that's pretty much what it is. And we can steal the implementation from the D-pad. Would you look at that? How convenient. Input pressed. Yeah, no, we don't want this. We just want to be... Okay, what would it be? Negative A, that's... or key A, negative X, that's left. That's right. This is up, and this is down. I guess we're missing some of the normalization. So this is gonna be value, and then I'm gonna do self.single value.normalize or 0. Okay, so that's from dpad. Lastly, the mouse. Okay, mouse is a bit annoying because it requires all of this. This is for the sake of aiming, and I'm also doing some viewport to world translation in this specific case. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave it like that for now. What do we have here? Yeah, movement is now an input axis. State.movement single keys as reference, and then we can, I guess we can just steal this as well. Maybe this could be a separate configuration as well, just so that we don't need to repeat the same dpad config, but whatever. So this would be the movement. Not single, that's from dpad, okay. And this is from gamepad. Which has the same signature, so that's cool. Cannot borrow status mutable. Yeah, okay. Why though? It is also borrowed as mutable. Immutable borrow occurs here. Yes, dear language, but these are two different properties. That's kind of weird. It should figure out that they are separate, right? At least usually it does. Oh well. Okay, and let's make aim into an input axis as well. Oh wait, state that aim, that's single. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out this mouse thingy at some point. I don't think I don't think the input should be responsible for like translating this from viewport to. Although who knows? It's probably gonna generate a few errors in other places as well, because we need to update the usages of this state. Yeah, okay. Oh, this can be removed entirely. I love, why is it showing me errors? I mean warnings, if clearly there are errors in other places. Yeah, now we're getting to the errors. Okay, a little normalization here. No, stop it. Show me the errors, the actual errors. Input movement. Okay, you know what? I feel like, hold on, let me test something. I feel like the referencing is not that bad one idea, if I'm being honest with you, because then it should just continue working with most things that treat it as a vector. Still has some issues. Wait, can I dereference it like that? Yeah, I can, okay. It's kind of fun. We can do a little switcheroo. Okay, does it compile? Maybe. I feel like I shouldn't have done this whole refactoring in the middle of implementing a different feature, but I guess that's my life. Let's see. Let's bring this back. Where are collections? Here. Let's run this without any hot reload just to see if everything's working. Okay. So axis works, but like space does not. So we broke something. Oh, I know. The ID generation doesn't work, does it? Sort of forgot about that. Yeah, if we just press it, we need to implement the increment the ID. Oh, I cannot copy that. Well, that's a bummer. Wrapping add. Okay. So here, if we just press this, we want to increment the ID. Okay, there we go. About the button, works perfectly fine. Let's see this one, because this one can actually be toggled on and off. Yeah, okay. Oh, it seems like everything is working. And the hooks. Okay, and what about the gamepad? So my gamepad is running out of battery. I think it's gonna like disconnect any second. Yeah, okay. Seems okay to me. So now I can go to the input state and actually add a input state. And actually add the pointer, I guess. That's gonna be on the input axis as well, because why not? Okay, now we're gonna have to rewrite this a little bit. Because for the purposes of like pointing, we need this to be in the viewport space, which is the default here. So that current position is gonna be in viewport space, and then this this is gonna have to be done separately. If let sum aim is equal to this. It's gonna be our aim, and then regardless of the aim, we're gonna set this to the cursor state pointer. No, we shouldn't need any of this. We can do a little if input scheme keyboard is equal to input.scheme. So actually, I think we want to do all of this in the if statement, at least for now, because they use the cursor position as well. I'm gonna figure this out in just a while. Okay, so going back to hot reload, I guess. If it works correctly. It seems to be. What is this panic? Oh, input state, okay. Let me see, let's make sure that this, yeah, hold on, I'm gonna have to reconfigure my hot reload because it's a bit annoying. So what happens here is that we change the common crate, but the hot reloaded crates are not recompiled. So the type IDs change, which causes a collision. Where is it? Cargo. Okay, how do you do that? There's watch, And what does it expect from me? Because I know that there's a way to like make them watch multiple. Is it gonna be comma separated? Let's assume for a second that it is. That would be systems and then common. Okay, path error. So there is a way. Is it just a space? How else could that work? Is it multiple watch flags? Okay, so let's see if I change the common crate now. Yeah, it's gonna automatically refresh. That's awesome. Let's do the same for the systems. Okay, so the mouse is working as expected. We can, oh, I don't have to, I shouldn't have closed the game. So then we're gonna need some else. And in the elements, we're gonna need some options, I guess. Oh, that's gonna be verbose for sure. Gonna need navigation up. Okay, then we don't need them here. Let OK entity size transform. Actually, we don't need these in this case. We only need up, right, down, and left is equal to okay, that's gonna be sum is equal to focused and then entity elements get entity. Okay. So if we are in the gamepad scheme, we check if there is some focused entity. and see if it has any of these. So now we have the input navigation up. Actually, this should, hold on, this shouldn't be else if. This should work regardless, because we also want it to work for a keyboard. Okay, I don't like this if statement. I think we can circumvent this somehow, right? Does navigation have the referencing? Yeah, okay. Let's dereference this just for now. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, these are not imported. Okay. Okay, what's up with that? Oh, okay, because it's already a reference. Okay, so now okay, something is happening. It's just extremely random. I'm continuously pressing W, by the way. Okay, but something is working, so there's that. Let's do some traditional debugging techniques in here. Hold on, that's 5. That is way more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're getting some like double inputs. Why is that? Okay, I have a feeling our new action implementation is not doing the bestest of jobs. Oh wait, I think I know what's happening. Update keyboard input and update gamepad input. They run in pre-update. They don't run in the fixed update loop. Ooh, okay. So that's gonna have to be fixed. I'm gonna think about this. But for now, I'm going on a little break. So I'll be back in 7 minutes. And we're back. So I tried to find the article about floating point determinism, but I couldn't find it. So maybe I made it up. I don't know. Do I really remember reading it? But oh well. Okay, so we change of plans. We will need the last fixed, I guess, in here, or whatever it was, fixed last, I guess. And then, yeah, clear input. Turns out it was actually necessary all along. Who would have thought? I mean, you could technically do like the input update at the beginning of each fixed update, but like there's no point in that, because Bevy only updates input in the main loop and not in the fixed loop. So it's not like it's gonna change. Also, this is not how you spell keyboard. Yeah, but this is simple. We just need this right here. And then we just do state dot clear, I guess. State dot. Gonna need to clear every single thing that we're setting up. Okay. Now let's implement the clear functions. So that's just gonna be self dot changed equals false. This is just gonna call clear on every single input or action. And then action itself it's gonna reset pressed and released. Okay, let's see. That should work as expected. Yeah, okay. Now we're talking. Is there a better way of describing this? We can do as deref. Hold on. What would that be? Would that give me an option of entity? No. So it did nothing. Why is it like that? What if I continue calling this? No, that's silly. Why can't I extract the entity using this the reference? What? Okay, what if I do as reference? No, copy it. And then as reference. That's cursed. No, then as the reference. Okay, that would technically work. I mean, I guess for now we can just do this. Wrong shortcut. Up, right, down, left. Yeah, okay, this works. And then the problem is that the mouse is overwriting it. So now we only want to do that if input.aim dot changed. So if you're not moving our mouse, it's not gonna take over. See, now it works, and then I move my mouse and it snaps back to whatever my mouse wants to hover. Now it's down to just the events, I guess. Okay, I'm trying to think about how to set it up. Because ideally we just want an enum with like different actions, right? So start is gonna have its own enum, options are gonna have its own enum, stuff like that. Okay, so let's start by making a generic event first. Sort of the typical things that we would expect from a UI system. So something like public enum. Say element event, and then derive an event. And that's gonna be pressed, focused, or maybe press, focus, and blur. Let's register this. Okay, and then we're gonna make our system for making custom events. So we're gonna need a struct that's gonna hold our custom event. So this could be called UI event, I guess. Is that how you would spell that? No, spell it with a lowercase I. UI event, and then the struct is gonna be, let's make something like button event for now, see where this goes. That's gonna be it's gonna be a wrapper for some generic event. Gonna make a button event plugin. It's gonna take t event as well. It's gonna register all of the things that we need. Event plugin for. Okay, so app. Add event, obviously. And then some systems. Send button event, I guess. Let's add this as a system into the update, so it happens after fixed update. And it's gonna be generic as well. So now we're gonna need some listener or reader, I guess. That's gonna be event reader for our button, for our UI event. And then buttons, that's gonna be a query. I think we only need a reference to the button event t. And then a writer. It's gonna be an event writer for the t. event. Okay, now why doesn't it work? Oh, hold on. That has to be an event. Okay, now for event in reader.read, if let button event. Oh yeah, they're gonna need an entity. Button event press entity is equal to event. We're gonna write writer. It's not write? Oh, it's send. Okay. Why is it an event writer and not event sender then? Then we're gonna send a new event, I guess. Yeah, so this will require the event to have like a default thing. Okay, so they're just gonna grab the generic What do you mean? Oh yeah, CUI event. Well, hold on, I'm missing something. The buttons, yeah. Let's to check if the buttons actually contains this entity. Oh, hold on, wait. I see what I'm doing. For some reason, I forgot. If okay, event or button event, we're gonna try to retrieve the event stored on the entity. That was the initial idea. So just gonna get do buttons.get entity. And then we don't need the default because the value is actually located on the button right here. So you can do this and then I guess the reference this. Writer and reader need to be immutable. Okay. That's systems. The parameter is never used. What do you mean? I'm using it here. Oh, it's not used inside. Okay, I see. I'm gonna take care of that, and you probably need a copy, right? Yeah, okay. Now you're gonna need some marker for this. And then implement default for button event plugin. Oh wait, but marker has a default, so can I just derive it? Okay. Almost. Now we just need to dereference this. And that should be it. Or maybe not. Cannot move out of button event, which is behind the shared reference. Yeah, but I want to copy this. Okay, that's interesting. It's type T, which does not implement the copy trait. Oh, okay, I see. Is there something you miss about Unity over Bevy? I'm thinking. I don't think so. I'm trying to think of something that like I would miss, like genuinely I would want to have here. The reflection is C# and C# is kind of cool. But then again, you don't really use reflection for like gameplay logic, right? It's usually for editor stuff. And then, you know, the cooler it is to write an editor, the more time you spend writing editors, sadly. Probably having an editor. No, I don't miss having an editor. We're currently using Blender for making the world, and it's so much better, if I do say so myself, I guess, than Unity. I absolutely detest Unity's editor, as in the actual viewport, the way you navigate, you know, in it, the way you select things, the way you move them around is just so not in my style. So now that we have Blender and hot reload with Blender, I definitely don't miss the editor. Can I just say I've been really enjoying the way you run these streams? What do you mean? I'm literally just coding on a live stream. I mean, appreciate that. I don't think I put a lot of effort into them. Yeah, it's simple. That's true. Okay, now that we have all of this set up, which actually wasn't that difficult to do, it's like, what, 20 lines of code. Well, you're very responsive to chat, that takes a lot of effort. Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like I'm being flooded with messages, right? Yeah, I really like the latest video about the approach and having cool, shiny editor tools, but it takes a lot of time from actual gameplay development. Yeah, exactly. And again, like that's like, in my opinion, the worst part about Unity is that it's just so fun to make the editor. Because like the API for extending the editor is kind of fun. And again, reflection also allows you to do a lot of fun things. So I've only just jumped on. Are you making a new UI system or working with Bevy UI? We're making a new UI system based on Velo. It's basically a retained widgets tree that we just traverse depth first and render stuff onto the thing. If you'd like to, you can rewind to like the very beginning, because I do like a really concise, I'd say, overview of what we're doing. I even did a little like explanation about how I'm approaching UI and stuff. Be right back, gonna rewind. Okay. So meanwhile, we can check out the event system. Okay, that's a bummer. The only problem is that we don't have we can't really register an event in a hot reloadable crate. So we're still gonna have to keep it in here. But the general idea right now is that we can make a new event a bit more specific. For example, public enum my main menu event, and we can just do like a start, options, quit, right? Derive some event here, and now we can add a plugin here. Button event plugin for this specific event, and that's it. That's gonna handle the events, ideally, probably, maybe, right? And then when we spawn our buttons in here, we can do a little bit of setup for this. So button event, what is it? Main menu event. Excuse me, it's gonna be like that. Main menu event. What is this? That's quit. So once we start sending active events, we're gonna get those specific events for specific options. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're still not sending the actual events, so let's get to it as well. Gonna be an event writer for a UI event. Now here, if input, probably gonna need a new input, accept, pressed, gonna do a writer, send UI event, press, entity. And we can get the entity from here. Okay, now we just need accept and cancel. So accept is gonna be accept is gonna be a key for now, key code, enter. And then cancel is gonna be escape. Accept is A, which is south. And then cancel is B, which is east. Okay, I'm up to date. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Okay, and just for the sake of testing, we can add a little test events system in here. We just need a reader, event reader for our main menu event. Just debug the event, see what's gonna happen. Okay, so this I don't think it's gonna work because main menu event also needs copy, right? Okay. T doesn't have default, is that the problem? Let's see if this actually does anything. Okay. It's gonna crash because it didn't rebuild. Okay, we need a debug in here. And we also need to make this public here. Not even a joke, a buddy of mine uses a browser extension so he can watch videos at 4 times. Generally insane listening comprehension skills. Mismatch types. Okay, can we get, yeah, okay, now it compiles. Now we're talking. Here we go, nothing has changed. Except we can, okay, why is, oh, we're not resetting the input, okay. Classical example of me forgetting about everything. Other than that, we should get all of the events that we need. Start options, quit. Yeah, everything happens only once. Perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Come back to you in 6 minutes. So we are back at it again. The events work. Hold on, is he actually using Velo? No, I was kidding. No, I am. Welcome back. Did you end up fixing the velocity issue? To be honest, I have a weird sense of deja vu. Somebody asked me that. If I feel like it was even you, like 3 weeks ago or something like that. Yeah, but we did manage to fix the velocity issue. Because hold on, I'm not sure which velocity issue you're referring to. You forgot to put this /s on screen when you said you didn't. Yeah, I have it here, but I don't have automation for that. I'm gonna have to look up how to set up shortcuts for OBS. Sorry, wasn't fully paying attention. No problem, no worries. Just like the way you phrase that. Is he actually using Velo? It has something to do with slopes. I forget when it was. Oh, I see. Yeah, that was a recent thing. Yeah, we did fix that. Slopes now work correctly. Can like run up them, and then we no longer can wrap uphill. So that works perfectly well, and this also works. So I can like reliably jump into this anchor. Okay, we don't have states right now, so I can control both the menu and the character at the same time, but that's not a problem for now. So just remove the test events, because clearly they do work. You can try making the UI look a bit better, I guess. Align it more with the mockups that we have. So my general vision for this, since this is actually, usually I say like, oh no, this is programmers art, this is temporary. No, this is how the UI is gonna actually look like. We're going for this like monochromatic kind of vibe with one main theme color, and this theme color is gonna change depending on where you are in the world. And my idea is to do sort of like what some games used to do. I don't know, Portal, for example, where it like shows you a snippet of the current location depending on where you currently are. So the palette is gonna be derived from that, right? But right now I'm just gonna hard code the colors that I have here and see where it goes. Okay, Hold on, I cannot make a constant for that. That's a bummer. I cannot have a color constant. We tried to do that recently, but failed miserably because there's no way to have like floating point operations in constant expressions. Oh, well, let's just define it here for now. I guess, hold on, I think I did this somewhere. I already have something like that. Maybe we should make this into a resource. Yeah, right now I have this little palette theme that returns a color. I don't like that solution though. It is a bit ugly. But we could make this into a resource and then just have it everywhere. If we derive resource. And just give it these properties. Okay, so that's not theme. What's the name for that? Accent. Okay, I'm gonna look at this on my second monitor to sort of get a sense of it. It's gonna be surface. Surface, or maybe, okay, let's call it surface background, surface active. These names, man, I don't know how to call them. Let's leave it like that. Surface active secondary, surface background. So this is what I'm thinking, right? This is surface background, this grayish one. This is surface active, this white one, and this is surface active secondary. So this thingy behind that, right? And I think that's all we need. Maybe also text. Text background, and then text active. Okay. Now we just implement default for our palette. And this is where we can add our hexes. Okay, surface active, that's just white. Straight up. This is all darker tone. This is the background. This is text on the background, so that's 60%. Okay. That's a problem. Oh wait, actually, okay, this returns a color. Can I set the alpha? Set A. Ooh, but this is not gonna work because it takes a mutable reference, right? Let's see. Yeah, but can I do that? If I can do that, that's crazy. Okay, that's amazing actually. Oh, but that's the wrong thing. Hold on. That was meant to be text backgrounds. Surface background. That's you. And then text active is actually the same color as surface background, but nobody needs to know that. What's the problem? Might be nice to keep a palette, just a list of colors separate from a theme, specific palette colors that you assign semantic meaning to based on the usage. I don't think it matters. I don't see why that would matter, to be honest. Especially since, like I said, we're gonna be generating this palette later on. And this is just temporary. So I'm not gonna go through like, you know, the entire UX process of having like gray 100, gray 200, gray 300, whatever. What software is that you use to make the UI? This is Affinity Designer that I bought before they sold out. Was the past before they sold out? Is that how you say that? I don't know. Yeah, I bought it when I tried and succeeded to got rid of all of Adobe products from my computer, and it's a great replacement for Illustrator. I love it very much. My favorite part about this, and maybe it is now in Illustrator, but back in my day it wasn't a thing. You can make a shape, right? You have like a little shape here, and then you can go to like editing the corners, and you can make the corner radius whatever you want. And now the cool part is that this is non-destructive, so you can like edit this vertex, and it's gonna continuously update this rounded corner. I'm like, oh my god, I love this so much. Because then like here, for example, I'm using it for these corners, and if I wanted to just modify it, make it wider or whatever, I can do that. I love this very much. Yeah, so for now we're gonna just stuck with hard-coded colors. I'm gonna see where it goes. Because I just want to see if we can make it look nice during the stream. Then we're probably gonna... I kind of want to make a stream where all we do is just make the input icons for like every possible gamepad. Would be a cool evening, I guess. Okay. Palette. So now I guess it's only fair to implement a palette plugin. What did Affinity do? I don't think I heard about it. They were bought by Figma or something. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I'm mostly joking. I'm not that like pressed about whatever, you know, giga corporations do. It's not like we can stop them. Hold on. Affinity. No, Canva bought them. People were making fun of them because they posted this tweet back in the day, I believe when Figma was bought by Adobe, and they were like, nobody is buying us. And then they were sold. So that's kind of, it's kind of funny. The Figma purchase ended up falling through. Falling through means they did not end up being sold. They're still independent. Oh, that's good to know. Actually, I wasn't following it that closely because I never used Figma. I remember looking into it. Why was I looking into it? Oh, I was considering how difficult it would be to integrate motion canvas with Figma. Sadly, they have most of their specs sort of private. They don't have like public, how do you say that? Like the file format that they use is not publicly available. So that was my last exposure to Figma. Proprietary, yeah, that's a good word. It's either proprietary or it's just undocumented. I don't remember, because I know like Blender does the same thing, right? Blender has, they have their format, but they don't have a specification for it because they want to be able to change it whenever they want without, you know, worrying about breaking changes. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm fixing the palette. So I made myself a cup of coffee. Let me take a sip. Okay. Are you planning on having the color palette be configurable at runtime? If not, would it make more sense just as a global constant? I am. That's what I was talking about. The palette is gonna change because each part of the world has its own palette, and then the palette used in the menu is gonna reflect that. So they are only hard-coded for now. But also, it's difficult to hard-code colors because they're not constant. They cannot be created as a constant, not from hex. I think they can be created from like actual float values if you know them, right? Is this a constant expression? Yeah, it is. But as far as hex goes, cool. I like that. Thank you. I like that idea too, because the entire game is kind of monochromatic with a little tint and an accent color, and I think it's gonna look cool, especially in this menu, which is like really simplistic. So you can imagine that, you know, right now it has a bluish tint, which you cannot see, but here it is, bluish hue. And then maybe another area would have like a reddish kind of hue. Anyhow, let's go to the anchors. Color gray, color white. Maybe we could also extract all of this into a palette. Maybe later. Okay, what are you missing? This. since you're already on nightly, you could enable const function floating point arithmetics. You'd need to make your own hex function though. Yeah, I was looking into that actually recently. I would imagine you could initialize them as constants using the hex expressions if you use lazy static or the new version of it that's in the in the standard library. There is a version of lazy static in the standard library. That's interesting. Because when I tried to do that last time, hold on, static test. Let's make it hex. Whatever. I just want to get the compiler error. Or I'm not gonna get the compiler error, I guess. Because the compiler error was pointing me to a standalone crate. So that's why I'm curious if there is something in the standard library. But I imagine it isn't that important or valuable. I mean, maybe not for the palette, but could be useful in the future. Okay, let's just fix the errors. STD cell, one cell. Oh, that's awesome. That's good to know. Yeah, this commit is gonna be a chunker, I can tell already. I feel like I've done a bit too many things. Okay, but it is compiling now, so that's great. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, and then it fails miserably. Are you compiling? Yeah, you are. Okay, what is the... Oh, the plugin is not added, so it crashes. Because this is actually interesting, because Bevy will crash if a resource that a system requires is missing. Which I guess makes sense. But I sort of expected it to just like not run the system. It's too long. You're running out of tuples. Oh wait, no, that's okay. It's just not, it's the wrong thing. We want palette plugin. Yeah, like that. You need option or run if for that. Yeah, but at the same time, what would the run condition test for, right? I guess the option is the only way. SCD sync lazy lock. I'm not sure in what context you're saying this in. Okay, nothing changed beside the fact that we have a palette now. Maybe. Can we actually inspect the palette? Probably not, because I did not register it. Would be fun to be able to see it. It's adult reflection. That's the lib version of lazy static. Okay, so I'm seeing mixed messages in. And what's one cell doing? I haven't used it. I see. Yeah, but enabling floating point arithmetics in constant functions is an interesting idea. Because then we could make the hex macro generate constant things. Okay, so now if we go to resources, we should be able to see our palette. Here it is. And then maybe we can even, so this is trippy. We can try changing it to something, see what's gonna happen. Oh yeah, look at that. It's now violet. You don't even need a hex macro, you could just have a hex function. Oh yeah, you're right. I think you're right. I'm not sure though. No, I think you're right. Because all of the operations on the string are constant. Okay, the palette is here. We can now do some better rendering, see how it's gonna work out for us. Let's take the palette here. Let's take it in here as well. Palette, I guess we don't need this. We can make it like really entity specific for now. So instead of this, we can just take the transform and size. And we probably don't want to copy that, right? We can just take a reference to it. Size, reference to size. Although size is a vector, so this probably could be just copied over. Talking like I know what I'm talking about. Okay, now this will give us what we need. Almost. What's the matter here? Okay, seems to be working just fine, and now we can use actual colors. So the normal fill is gonna be surface background as a brush. Also, I followed somebody's suggestion from the previous live stream and implemented my own fill and stroke for the velo scene. So not much has changed here, aside from the fact that I'm taking a Fine 2 from the Glam package, and then I turn it into, you know, the whatever Kurbo is using. And I also implemented some helper functions for like the color to turn it into a brush, stuff like that, just to make it a little more interoperable. Look for resource exists. Oh, so there is a thing like that. Interesting. I'm assuming it's a function on the world, right? It's good to know. Good to know. Okay, that seems wrong. Yeah, that seems way too bright. Why is it like that? Interesting, interesting. Let's continue, see where it takes us. So this is gonna be palette, text, background. Surface active, and then palette, text active. Hey, that's interesting. It seems that whenever I move, the mouse is being detected as, the mouse position is being detected as changed. I'm gonna have to look into that because this shouldn't be the case. Anyway, why is this color like that? Is it like a general problem with our rendering setup or something? Oh, that's a crash, if I ever seen one. Here it is. Let's make it like red. Okay, so this looks like red. Oh, okay, I see. It's using linear RGB, and then it's putting it on the sRGB texture that Bevy uses. There's a bunch of nice common run conditions and common conditions you might need to check the delta. Common conditions is that where like state machine related conditions are, like in state and stuff like that. You might need to check the delta on the mouse movement for hover, the subtle shake of your desk from pressing keys, maybe the cause. I don't think that's the cause, to be honest. Because now I'm pressing other keys that don't move. Hold on, let me do it like that. Wait. I'm pressing other keys right now and it doesn't register. But the moment the camera starts moving, it does it. And you can even see like it continues to does it for a while after the camera stops, because there's like smoothing with the camera. There's something up with the camera, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Update keyboard input. Pointer single cursor. Change equal value different than value. Okay, that's peculiar. Oh well, I look into this eventually. It's probably screen space calculations going weird. Yeah, but it's weird because I wouldn't expect Winit to account for the fact that the like projection matrix in Bevy is changing. Right? Although maybe it is. Maybe that's how it's implemented actually. Oh my god. There's a function for that? Casts all elements of self to F64. That is amazing. I was doing it manually every single time. Perhaps it has to do with the scale factor. Not sure. I look into that eventually. Not a biggie. The color, however, that is a biggie. That is a big problem. Okay, I don't actually know how these things work, if I'm being honest. Should we maybe... Okay, here's the idea. Maybe we should create a view into this texture that uses sRGB format, and that's gonna fix it. Possible. So we're gonna give the linear view to Velo, but we're gonna give the sRGB view to the Blit shader. Because I'm assuming GPU can do the conversion somewhere, somehow, right? Texture view sRGB. When 0.14 comes out soon, this will all be significantly nicer since we have duplicated types for the color spaces. I think you're talking about the colors, but the problem here is a texture format, you know? Because it's not that we're using wrong colors to render, it's that when the texture is copied, it's interpreted as sRGB, despite being linear RGB. At least that's my running theory, we're gonna see. Format's gonna be some texture format. Okay, and now that's gonna crash because the texture doesn't allow for that view. Yeah, view formats. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm not actually using it. Yeah, this what will be nicer, because things that expect linear will accept linear sRGBA, while things that expect normal will take sRGBA, making the conversion explicit and clear. But I can also see that the texture system is all wacky. I don't think it's wacky. Again, I think it's doing exactly what we told it to do, which is just take the data from this texture and put it over there. Because it has no way of knowing that we want to convert one texture into another. I think if this fixes it, then that's the case. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, where's the rendering happen? No, not rendering. We want the node. Yeah, now we're gonna use this view as the actual texture view, and then we also need to recreate it when we resize the texture. Well, would you look at that? The correct colors. Kind of clash with the green in the level here. But it's whatever. I'm gonna have to take care of the palette system in the world pretty soon as well. Yeah, okay, so that was the problem. Okay, so there's a few more things that we need to take care of. Like generating the polygon in the background. There's also a polygon here, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed. It's a little sneaky thing. This is for the pause menu, just to sort of have some sort of a contrast between the background. In the main menu, it's not gonna be here probably, because the pause menu is gonna look exactly like that. It's just that the title is gonna be different, right? It's gonna be continue settings and quit to menu. Classical stuff. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna generate some nice polygons after the break, and I'm gonna be back in 6 minutes. So see you then. You know what? Maybe before we implement anything else, let's just clean this up and commit these changes. Because it's getting ridiculous, the amount of things that we've done today. No, stop showing me those errors. Hold on, I'm gonna try to stop the server with like, and actually for now I'm gonna just disable the extension, I guess. Can I do that? Yeah. Because it's messing up with my like actual error detection. See, now I have Clippy and it's telling me weird things. Methods called from usually take no self. Okay. Let's just call it dpad then. It's whatever. Okay, this can stay for now. I love how I have like 10 to-do messages with the exact same thing. Oh, but it's still reporting the misspellings, by the way. Toy is okay. I know that I could probably extend that. I use code spell checker instead. It puts spelling mistakes into information level warnings, blue underline, so it doesn't mess with error or warnings. But I think you can make like a typos toml and configure this as well. I'm gonna have to like look into that whole thing. Yeah, okay, but it seems like that's all the actual errors that we get. I'm using this one because that's what the Bevy repo uses. Oh, okay. Now that that's out of the way, let's start by fixing the anchors because we destroyed them and never really finished them. For now, we don't need the logical scale. We do need time. The reason we're not using it right now because we're not doing this draw ripple thingy. So what is this whole thing doing? Hold on. Scale, not necessary. Oh, the typecast also not necessary. Okay. World to viewport. Okay. Okay, we need to simplify all of this. Let's go to the extensions. Oh, annual trade. To affine 2, it's gonna take a self return affine 2. Okay. Sadly, this is not in the GLAM thingy, because GLAM, I guess for reasons, doesn't have a function that will take like a 3-dimensional transform matrix and turn it into a 2-dimensional transform matrix. It can truncate one matrix into another, but that's not equivalent, right? Because we want to keep the x and y axis and the x and y part of the translation, which is not the same as just truncating one column and one row. Anyway, now we can do world to viewport dot to affine 2, and that's gonna work just fine. So that's simpler. And now this entire matrix, here's my idea how we're gonna handle it. We're gonna go to Velo. We're gonna make a new system called update viewport matrix. And this is where we're gonna get our cameras and calculate our matrices only once, and then we're gonna reuse them everywhere. So we can take mutable scene. It's gonna be res velo scene, and then in the velo scene we can add our matrix. World to, I guess we can do world to scene, doesn't matter. There's gonna be an affine 2. So this is kind of funny. So I'm storing the reference to my font in this resource, but the way Velo is structured is that it requires a lot of references, and I've been struggling with this for like 2 hours easily, because it's like it's a self-referential struct basically. What you would need to do, right? Because font reference relies on the data stored in the font. So it points to the data stored in the font, right? So you need this is like a self-reference, whatever. Yeah, and I've been hitting my head against the wall for like 2 hours, trying to make it as simple as possible. And then I realized wherever I create this, yeah, I realized that the font reference can just access the data of the font, which is static, and like not care about anything. Because the font itself needs to access this data, and the file reference also needs to access this data, but this data is here as a constant, so that's it. So I just define them as something with a static lifetime, and I don't need to worry about anything. It's just that the font is going to be loaded always, which is a good thing because there's only one font being used. Okay, now we need the camera. We don't need this query. Import camera. Do we need anything else aside from the camera? No, it doesn't seem this way. Target size though. Where's target size coming from? Oh, okay, it's here. So this is gonna be scene.world to scene matrix. We're gonna do affine 2 at the end here. Another trick you can use is box.leak to give you a static lifetime resource you create whenever you like. It's technically a memory leak if you just call it in a loop though. Oh, that's really good to know. So I can like allocate things on the heap with a static lifetime using that. And they're just gonna be on the heap forever. Or use arc. I don't think arc. Look, I tried. Okay, I struggled a lot because. So hold on. Maybe I should have saved this as an example. Well, I'm gonna try to replicate this, okay, and see what you think about this. How you would solve that problem in general. Because I am actually genuinely interested. Let's just copy that for now. Below font example. Okay, so we have a struct, really simple, right? And we're gonna have some data stored in the font, and font reference is gonna reference that data, and that's gonna have some lifetime, right? And so this is where I struggled the most. I'm gonna show you why in just a second. Let's just steal the font initialization from here. So the first thing I do, right, is create the font. And then instead of using the same static data, I'm gonna do what they do in Velo, which is data as reference, right? They pass it here to create the file reference and then create font reference from it. And then all we need is font and font reference. So now the problem is we cannot return this if we wait for the validation error because font is owned by the current function, right? So now the question is like, how do you solve that? Like Ved said about using arc, like where would I use arc in this example? Here's what you can do. You need an option. I tried that. I'm assuming this is gonna be an option, right? And then it probably wants to do something like this. And make this reference this.font. I'm assuming that's what you mean. The problem is still the same, right? What is font reference and why does it need that complex construction? Now you can play that card because it's an external type. I didn't make that. That's from Velo. Font reference is gonna reference the data of the font. So like the idea is that the font reference doesn't replicate the data that's already stored in the font. And the complex construction, if you refer to like the match thingy, is because you can have like a collection of fonts or you can have a singular font. I believe this is like the TTF format thingy. Does font ref need to be stored? We could technically recreate font ref each time we need it. And that's how Velo does it. But I was like, I don't want to do that because it's a constant thing. Like, why would I need to recreate it every time? Especially since it does some work each time creating this reference. And presumably you would need to call it when rendering every single string that you want to render. So I was like, can I make it simpler, right? I'm asking because I don't know what it is. I mean, yeah, but like what it is not important, right? It's from Velo, by the way. If you want to take a look, you can go and check their text example, which they have. This is where I stole it from. You need to recreate it because an on type can be moved to a different memory address by the Rust compiler. Yeah, but like here's where the trick comes into. First of all, you can make a pinned thing and then the memory address is not gonna move. Try box leak. Okay, like how would I use it? Do you want me to like leak this? And then this would be what? A static reference to font. And this would also become static. I'm not sure how you would even use that. Yeah, leak the font and no option. Somebody's gonna join the stream randomly and be like, what the freak are they doing? I need like a banner on this live stream saying like I'm learning. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. Expected struct box. So I need a box inside as well. /L for learning. Are you working on a font system? No, the font rendering is working. We're just playing around with self-referential structs. Box new then leak. Okay. Crazy if true. No, it actually wants me to do it this way. It has a recommendation for changing it around. So I guess both are correct. I guess box leak gives me a mutable reference and not just a reference. Bro, I need a test project. Well, can't just use GitHub for this. Okay, but if this compiles, that's crazy. Also, what is the problem here? Ah, okay. We want to cast it later. Like that. Yeah, no, it seems to be working. Okay, what's your problem now? Oh, you're not mutable. I see. That is good to know, that I can just do this randomly. The only problem with this method is it will never reclaim the memory used by font. Yeah, I understand that. But, you know, in this case, that's a good thing. Okay. Can get rid of this. So now we have update viewport matrix. It's gonna update the thing, and I guess since we are already here, it's highest time we do some proper system ordering. I'm gonna set up and then render for now. System set, okay. Wait, how do you do that? Configures a collection of system sets in the provided schedule, adding any sets that do not exist. Why is there no example? One time I need an example and it's not there. There is font reference new. From a slice. Yeah, that's what I'm using. That's what I ended up using. I'm doing new from like the Roboto Flex directly, because that's already a slice of U8 that has a static lifetime. Or do you mean like, wait, hold on, you mean font reference new? So reference, the data must be a single font, not a font collection, and must begin with a table directory to be considered valid. Oh, so I guess I can skip that if I know what the font is, right? That's a good suggestion. Can do font ref like that. Doesn't change the self-referential problem, but do this a bit simpler. What was I doing? System sets. How do they work? Okay, maybe let me check if I have them somewhere. Or is this the first time I'm using them? I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay, I was worried. There is one system set that I'm using here. But that's just a struct. That's not a... DevTools set run if sets is enabled. Okay, I see. I don't see actually. Let me check out Bevy. No, these are tests. All of these are tests. Okay, so it's kind of like you would configure systems. Okay, I see, I see. Search within examples. Oh yeah, that would be a good idea too. Okay, so we want velo set setup and then render. That's gonna be chain. And this is gonna be after what? We have this somewhere in here. After, yeah, transform, propagate, and camera update system. Okay, and now we can add systems in post update viewport matrix in set velo set setup. Okay, so now we can just use this set for any rendering purposes, and it should be working just fine. Just like that. The rendering does not need the camera anymore. That's awesome. And then the matrix can just use the scene itself. So scene dot why is there? Oh, it's not public, is it? This is not necessary, and this becomes just the matrix. You could also add a run if resource exists velocine to your set to avoid panics. True. I mean, if velo is not defined, then it's a major problem. Wait, what do you want me to give you? Okay, I see. Also this render, not this. I mean, this could be just here, I guess. Okay. Now we can get rid of all of this. Make a little function. Take the matrix, the radius, and the color. Draw a circle, matrix radius, color. Okay, this seems legit. Last but not least, oh, maybe the scene could be useful here as well. Finally, let's update the draw ripple so it also works just fine. Want the matrix as well, distance and time. Then we're gonna do draw circle, scene, matrix, distance, and color. Perfect. I guess we could probably move these onto the scene as well. Here they are. The ripples are back. Okay, now that should get rid of all the issues. Yeah, okay. That's a bit better. Okay, now we do need to do some like restructuring in our common crate, I suppose. Let's start by making a UI module, which that's a file. That's awful. That's still a file. New folder. UI. New file. It's gonna be mod.rs. Then we're just gonna steal the UI, and we're gonna steal the velo thingy as well. Yeah, and for now this can be all. Module velo, module UI. Module plugin. So use Bevy, prelude, everything. Now we can make all. Well, let me stop the hot reloading because we're not using it right now, and I feel like it slows down a lot of the other processes on my computer. Yeah, so we're just gonna have one giant UI plugin here. I'm gonna add the velo plugin in here. Okay, but if this is called UI plugin, the other plugin should not be called UI plugin. The other plugin needs to be something else. Let's just call it elements, whatever. And it's gonna be an element plugin. If replacing the UI system is by Bevy, maybe remove the default UI plugin as well, if you haven't already. Yes, that's the plan. Right now I'm still using it to display some information, but we're gonna have to first replace the FPS counter and the version display with velo, and then I'm gonna get rid of it entirely. Okay, element plugin. That's good. I'm gonna add it here. That's a tuple. I'm gonna split it further in just a second. What's your problem? Okay, and then I'm gonna do public use UI plugin. Wait, hold on. Because we only want to expose this, and then we probably want to expose from Velo. We want the Velo set, and we want the Velo scene, because that's what we actually use for rendering, nothing else. Okay, so now let's fix the imports. That will definitely break. Something already breaking here. Include bytes. Oh, okay. Doesn't really even have to be like an asset, to be honest. This could be like, this doesn't have to be here. This file could be like next to this file. Doesn't really make any difference. Yeah. Just make a new folder called fonts in here in case we're gonna need some more fonts. Maybe this is possible. Who knows? And now this is just this. It shouldn't break if we move the thing around eventually. So that's this. Okay, what about main? The Velo plugin is going strong. Where is it coming from? Oh, nowhere. Okay. Okay, now we should only have this one plugin that bundles everything else. That's nice. And then I guess we can have a main menu in here. Just for this really specific, you know, main menu related things that we're gonna inevitably end up having. Okay. Should probably also figure out a way to like nicely categorize these things as well, because there's probably a way to do that. For now, let's see. Let's see if it works. Oh yeah, well, forgot about that. That little aspect. Okay. Gonna have to take care of this. So maybe let's split it further, because now that I looked at this, I see some general things that we can separate easily. For example, a button is definitely gonna be a separate module. Okay. So button no longer necessary here. Navigation can stay here. Element variant can stay here. Button bundle. All of this can go. Event can stay. Button event. All of this can go as well. Okay. Okay, and I guess one more thing is navigation. So yeah, we need to change the name of the plugin. Okay, navigation. Focus element, actually. Focus element can also be a part of this, I guess. It makes sense. View is not necessary. This will stay here. Navigation will stay here. Element variant is not necessary. Size is not necessary. Event can stay in the main module for now. Okay, this whole thing can go away. Okay, the rest makes sense in this context. Let's register this type in here as well. Okay, that should be everything. Now we can do button, everything, elements, and navigation, everything. And we can actually, I've never done this, but I guess we could do our public crate in here, so we don't unnecessarily expose this plugin. Just for fun. If yo, happy Friday to you specifically. Thank you again, as always. I know I can always count on you. Okay, now that you're here, I'm gonna go on a quick little break. So I'll see you guys in 6 minutes. Okay, I'm back. We can continue fixing this. Oh, font variations and velo scene. Okay, font variations is another thing that we probably need to export from velo. Okay, so let's main menu event. Okay, another thing that we need. Okay, so this should mostly work. We just need the velo thingies here and here and here. Let's see if this is gonna result in something. I also made myself another cup of tea. Okay, so that's working. Why do we need the affine for? That's questionable. Oh, push layer. Probably also wants to override that with a custom function that will accept affine 2 from Glam, because it's generally easier to work with that. Okay, look at this. We refactor the code and it still works. Crazy. No errors. Okay. Okay, you know what I could use when it comes to Rust and like taking care of this mess? When things just work, yeah, exactly. I would love to be able to like display the dependency graph between these modules, because I feel like it would make it much easier to logically divide them. Because I know that certain modules like don't care about anything. Like this, for example, it only really uses the extensions and the GLTF extras, right? And it uses nothing else. Meanwhile, something like an anchor is using much more, right? It's using extensions, it's using the palette, the player, targetable UI, right? So this is clearly a much more dependent module than some of the foundational modules that we have going on here. Yeah, curve range is another probably. Yeah, it only uses curves and extensions again. We're gonna have to look into cleaning this up eventually. Anyway, yeah, visualization for that would be nice. Can you not create folder structures? Yeah, you can. Like right here, for example, we have a little sub-module for the UI. It's just that I sort of neglected that aspect. And now we are drowning in a flat hierarchy of files. I don't know Rust. It's okay, yeah, but like you can do that. It's just I didn't do that. And now it's becoming overwhelming to do that. So that's like my fault. sounds like a refactor stream is on the horizon. Yeah, maybe next time. This Sunday, coming to your favorite streaming platform. Okay, but the menu works, so we can take care of my beautiful vision for this menu, which requires us to construct a polygon, which is an 11-sided polygon. But we can make this generic. Polygon. And then it's just gonna be the number of sides, I guess. And then we just need to implement shape. Let's see how difficult it is to implement shape for polygon. Okay, dude, extremely difficult. How do you even calculate the area of a polygon with like a, a variable number of corners? Are we going to work on the UI on this stream or another? We are technically working on the UI. Like that's what we've been doing for the entire stream. Break into triangles. Oh yeah, that's true. You could do that. Regular polygon will have and regular triangles. I don't think that's, I know what you mean, but that's not the correct terminology, I think, right? It's not gonna be a regular triangle, because a regular triangle has all sides the same length. The area formula took me forever to learn. LOL. It do be like that sometimes. Equal triangles, yeah. Okay, or we can cheat a little bit. Hear me out. Then we're just gonna make a public function. I'm just gonna make the best path. And it's, yeah, but this would be nicer if we had this. Because what is winding? What do you even mean by that? Check out the cargo modules crate. Would be cool to see the graph visualization dependency graph. The graph is dependency graph for your project, excuse me. Like this. Where are you? Here, okay. A cargo plugin for visualizing, analyzing crates internal structure. Oh, that is cool. Build no longer available. Well then, let's take a look. leave it to install itself. Yeah, it would be fun because the area is like, what is the area for a triangle? With 2 equal sides and unknown angle between these sides. That's probably something simple. Oh, that's gonna take a while. The installation, I mean. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, there's documentation for this. Look at that. Crazy. The winding number of a point. This method only produces meaningful results with closed shapes. The sign of the winding number is consistent with that of area, meaning it is +1 when the point is inside a positive area shape, and -1 when it is inside a negative area shape. Of course, greater magnitude values are also possible when the shape is more complex. What do you mean? What would greater values represent? Okay, so that's basically if the point is inside. Let me find my formula for it. All you need to do is parse in the sides of the shape and the length you want the polygon to be. Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna be straightforward, right? It has to be. Smallest rectangle that encloses the shape, that's gonna be easy, because we just drop in the corners into a bounding box. Oh wait, hold on, I misunderstood, I think. Returns true if the point is inside this shape. So it's inside the shape if the value is not 0. What would it be the negative area of a shape? Is it like if the shape has a hole inside and you're using like odd even to fill it? I guess, maybe. Length divided by 2 times tangent 180 divided by size. I don't know, okay. What's value 1 and what's value 2? Length times size. Value 3, value 1 times value 2. Oh, okay, I see. I see what you're doing. Value 3 over 2, okay. I don't know if I can trust you on that though. What if you were trolling me? Now we're gonna see. So length, I'm assuming, is the radius of the polygon, right? Yeah, I think we can try doing that, just for the funs. Actually, there's the apothem formula. Regular polygon is a line segment from the center to the midpoint of one of its sides. Equivalently, it is the line drawn from the center of the polygon that is perpendicular to one of its sides. So which one is the length then? Length is the outside length, not the radius. Okay, but hold on. That's not what I'm looking for. I just want the formula. Oh, I see. So this is what you've been talking about. Hold on. It's gonna be P over 2 times A. Okay, we'll see how it goes. This has been installed though. Printer creates internal dependencies as a graph. Let us see. Or maybe actually, let's go to the common crate because that's the worst offender. Oh, okay. Oh, it's doing something. It's thinking. My formula is different, but it takes all the steps into one. So you shouldn't need to divide the perimeter divided by 2 times apothem. Oh, but what is the length? Length is the outside length, not the radius. So like the perimeter. Or what do you mean by the outside length? So we need to be sure. Stealing all your bitcoins. Oh no. But I don't have any. I'm gonna be in debt. Okay, name the color. Studio, yes. Now, hold on. Tell me the color. Or hold on, if you mean the perimeter. Like this is the perimeter. This is gonna be... Okay, that's not helping. Hold on. It's gonna be green. I chose like the worst colors possible. Correction, you don't have any more. Okay. Outside length is side length that you would add up for perimeter. So is the violet one on this little image. purple. Outside length. Okay. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting. I was kind of thinking that it would I don't know, draw the graph in ASCII. I don't know. Okay, so there's a lot of things that we probably don't need. There's probably a way. I'd like to filter out external modules. I'm just interested in what's inside of this crate. What are the options? Oh, you can generate a file out of this. There definitely is filtering. Oh yeah, for sure. We just need to find the correct options. Okay, hold on. Let me go back and read it. Hierarchical structure as a tree, that's not yeah, we need this cargo module dependencies. Here it is, command help. Okay. So there is no externs. I'm not sure if that's what it refers to. Filter out external items from external crates from graph. I mean, there's only one way to find out. Although an extern, I don't know, in my head invokes like an idea of calling external code, like C or something. Okay, it seems like it's working. I don't see any Bevy related stuff. Okay, graphical module structure. What is sysroot? Sysroot crates. SCD core and friends. Oh, okay, this also. No uses. Use edges from graph. No, but no sysroot is also cool. Also nice to have. Although I'm assuming that externs also gets rid of sysroot, but whatever. They use both of them here, so I guess. Okay, the only question is what is this? An older version of Rust extern was how you would use external packages. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, so my understanding is that this is this. Dot is a vector graphics format, if I'm not mistaken. A library for generating graph is .language files for graphs. Nope. Yeah, so in some documentation for very stable crates, you'll see something like extern crates and It's a graph data text format. Question: is there an online viewer, or do I need to install software on my computer? I found this. Some shady GitHub IO hosting. Just kidding, of course, nothing against the GitHub IO hosting. I host every single website on this. Hold on, I lost my thingy. Okay, so the idea is I can copy paste it here and it's gonna work. Let's see. For the low price of all our bitcoins, that's a price of 0. I really hope this is how piping in Windows works, because if it's not, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay, right. Oh my god, it actually looks like the format. Font name Helvetica. Okay. Is it gonna crash my browser? It's thinking. I don't. Did it try to like generate a hash URL for this content? Oh, there is something. Hold on, you can see that. Oh man, can I somehow make it better so that you can see? There is something. There's like this blob. That's not your monitor being dirty. I'm zooming, by the way. It's just taking ages. Maybe download the SVG. But this is the SVG being displayed in the browser, right? I mean, okay, let me try that. Let me try to download some questionable. Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same problem. Also, I cannot zoom it like that. It's huge. What do you mean? Okay, is it really my packages? What is it? Who are you? Tell me. S8 bundle. Okay, that's mine. E-state, I guess. That just %0. Player physics, speed correction. Okay, I see the problem. The problem is that it displays like dependencies between all entities, and we're only interested in like general modules. So maybe we can do that. Maybe it's possible to filter this out. Looks like he wants to exclude all the other edges like hues and such. But these weren't even edges, right? These were nodes, I think. Can I look? Let's look at this. See, because it does this thing where it's like, oh, item. We only want this, and we don't want all of this, right? Almost. Ohms, 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 ohms. Let's see. Okay, maybe we just need to filter out like types, traits, and functions. Maybe that's the answer. No types. No traits. No functions. Maybe try the structure, but that's just gonna give me the structure. I need dependencies between things. All right, that's my understanding. Hold on. Yeah, they're just gonna output something like this. And we want to specifically see which, oh, that was much faster, which module references which module, but we don't really care about the specifics of it. Okay, that's like, that works. Look at this, guys. Can I, I'm sorry, can I get rid of this? Maybe? What if I just... What is the layout here? What, like, what are you? Do you have like a fixed width? Yes, you have. Don't do that. Hold on, guys, I'm gonna fix it. There's like nothing inside of it. Where is this thing located? Oh, okay, it's here. Okay. Okay. What's up, guys? So we got what we wanted, but I don't think it's telling us much. That, although, hold on, maybe I'm taking this back, because there seems to be certain modules that are like only referenced, I guess. If we could only get rid of owns, or not only, as well, that would be awesome. We can get rid of uses, but I would like to get rid of owns. Oh man, but I don't think it's possible. Do I get a prize for derailing the stream? Yes, you can have all of my bitcoins. Send me your wallet and the password, and I'm gonna send them over. You can use node sep property on the graph inside the graph with file to spread out the diagram. Okay. You can use node sep property. And what is this property exactly? Oh, pad is already here. It changed nothing. I think the arrows here are like curved, maybe. I don't think it was like this before. So maybe try, I don't know, 4. The arrows are getting curvier. But I don't think the position changes. Let's make it 64. No, that's what I'm talking about. Look at these elliptical orbits. Try like 200. For science. What is this? What are you? Common. Okay. Okay, dude. That's awesome. 256. Here we go. I had to use this for work last year. I mean, I guess you probably can make it work somehow. Maybe it's just because my common crate is so entangled that it becomes this mess. Maybe if it was nicer and like separated, it would be better. Although, hold on, let's roll this back. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would approach this. Because even something like this, right? The red ones, the UI submodule, it is separated, but it's still a mess. Maybe experiment with different graphics layout engines, like Dot. Yeah, okay. What do you mean lost? What do you mean lost? What else is there? Circle. Okay, that's something. This is actually interesting because now you can nicely see. Like these things are separated. So that's kind of cool. What is this? Hot module. Nobody uses that. Nobody wants that. Let's see the other ones. FDP. FDP is back at it again. SFDP. Try Nido. Yeah, it was already using Nido. It was the first one. All of them are the same, except for Circle. 2pi. Ooh. Ooh la la. Yeah, see, so there are things like, this is kind of nice, because hold on, owns is the dotted line. So if we see a crate like a module like this, where it only has a uses coming into it, and then other things. Wait, no, it doesn't make sense. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is owns, and then it uses. So nobody uses it, but it uses other things, right? So it's clear that this is separate. Same goes for this and for this and for this. And then this is different because this is only used by other things. Same with this. So this is kind of nice. I like this because you can see these things. Same here. It's not using anything, but it's being used by others. This is not being used by anything, but uses others. Same for this and this. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna leave it on my browser. Cool tangent. This was a fun diversion. Thank you for falling down the rabbit hole. Yeah, you got it, dude. Yeah, going back to drawing polygons on the screen, because that's my life now. You could probably be fancy and like use the integer that cannot be 0. You know, the one. Wait, hold on. That's not, is it not added to the module? No, it is, okay. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the type, but there is a type that's like an unsigned integer that's not 0. Non-zero, isn't that an STD? Yeah, but it doesn't want to. Oh, now it's recommending me this. Yeah, we can do it like this, right? Be fancy. I will go soon, but you can reference back to this if you need. Yeah, thank you for that. Is there a non-zero 1, 2 type? Greater than 2? I don't think there is. I guess 2 could work. Yeah, technically it could, right? It wouldn't be a polygon per se, but it could be rendered with like an outline, I guess. Okay, but hold on, we need sides, and we also, that's not everything, we need sides. And then we need radius. Okay, so how would you calculate that? It seems really easy, right? If I was, if it weren't ages since I was at school last time, we know this angle, right? I guess it's gonna be, yeah, let's call it alpha, whatever. Could be theta, I don't know how you say that. We know this thing. This is a right triangle. We need to find this thing. So this is what? X over y is like the cosine of that angle. Would that be the cosine? The simple way to derive the formula geometrically is to consider the square created by the apothem and the size length. You don't need trigonometry. Yeah, but I don't know the apothem. Because then I need an, like, you mean this, right? Yeah, I don't know the apothem. I mean, I guess we could specify we could treat the radius as the apothem, because I wanted the radius to be this, right? Because it makes sense to me. Although I guess both make sense, because this would be like an inscribed circle radius, and this would be like the whatever the opposite of an inscribed circle is. I guess the polygon would be inscribed into the circle. Yeah, we can do that. Circumscribed. Maybe. Forgotten so much geometry. I don't have the English nomenclature for most like mathematical stuff. Okay. But this, okay, considering that we have the apothem, we still don't have this side, right? I'm about to finish geometry class. That's nice. Okay. (180 over n). What is this in radians? It's gonna be just pi. Like this. Oh wait, I can do that. That's a trait implementation. Wouldn't it be y over x is equal to sine alpha? Yeah, I never remember that. Yeah, it would be, because it's the opposite side of the angle, so that's sine. And that would be cosine, right? I need to stop trying to help because my delay is killer. Sorry for that. You can try refreshing the browser if that helps, although I'm not sure. This formula uses degrees, not radians, but it should still work. Yeah, but the trigonometric functions expect radians in Rust. What is your problem? Okay, let's do it like this. So we have the side length. So then this is simple. That's just nice because I'm in Australia. Hello from the literal opposite side of the planet. Welcome. Yeah, that could explain a bit. What do you want? Non-primitive cast. Nice expression can only be used to convert between primitive types or to coerced. Okay. How do I turn it into something useful? I don't know actually. You know what? That was a bad idea. Let's just keep it as 032. Perfect time of day to watch a programmer on the other side of the world from Tasmania. F64. I want to return this. Okay. Winding is gonna be a problem, a bit of a problem. Bounding box as well. What is not gonna be the problem? Okay, so that now that we have the apothem, let's see this formula again. Okay, so the area is gonna be the perimeter. The perimeter times the apothem divided by 2. That's the area. Path elements, now we just need to iterate over this thing. See, okay, we're not gonna work around this. We need to know the radius, because if we want to calculate the vertices, we still need to know that. Lunch, feed Jacob's Rust Adventures. So going back to this, now that we know that this is actually sine, so x is gonna be sine of half the angle, so that's gonna be pi over sides, right? Because it's gonna be 2 pi, 360 divided by sides divided by 2, so it's just 1 pi divided by the size times y. Not ass. Swap x and y? No. What are we talking about? We're looking for x. Oh wait, but we have this. Hold on. Never mind, because this is the apotheme. So that's gonna be cosine. Right? Yeah. Sine of alpha is y over x, not x over y. Oh yeah, that's true. It's gonna still hold true for this. So that's gonna be y over this. Does this make sense? Y over x is cosine of this angle. Then x goes here, cosine goes here. So we end up with y divided by this, okay? Thought we were looking for the opposite for a second. Me too. I realized this a moment ago. Okay, so that's the radius. Now we can do for integer in self dot sides. Hold on, we need to see what the path elements actually are. Move to line 2. Okay, because since we need an iterator, we could probably reuse. Can I iterate over a number? Is it possible? Probably not. Because there are no generators in Rust, right? Not yet, at least. Are those points all relative, or do you need to give a shape center point? No, the center is 0, so that's really easy. We just need the angle. Can I iterate over a range? There is an into iterator. But that's already an iterator. Hold on. Oh, so I can do everything here. Okay, so we need to map this. For I in 0. No, because I need to return an iterator. What are you talking about? How can I return an iterator from a for loop? Without, you know, creating a new vector, I guess, and pushing things to it. There's like no way this is gonna work, by the way. Okay, now we just need the point. So it's gonna be n times 2 times pi over self dot size. What's up? Oh, okay. So that's angle, and then let's steal this. Because we need a point. Point. Sine and cosine, something like this. You'll need to define a type polygon iterator to do this. Yeah, I know. So that's not just for in 0 to length is fine, because I would need to create a new struct that implements the iterator trait and that has a next function that does the for in. Right? Like that's a bit more steps than just a for loop. Longer than a minute, but I'm back. Welcome back. We are still doing the same thing. I thought for a second that I can yield from a for loop or something like that. Wasn't paying attention to your earlier question when I said that. Okay. Actually, we can probably do this. I believe that the point actually implements from a tuple like that. Unless, hold on. Oh no, it has to be reversed. Okay. That would be a fun bug to debug. Cosine is x and sine is y. And then we move to point or line to point, depending on how far we are. So what type of iterator this is gonna be? Let's just implement iterator item path element. I need to know the concrete type of this though. Extract polygon iterator, implement iterator for polygon iterator. Yeah, I know that. I know how to implement a custom iterator. I've done this before. But I'm trying to use a map so I can reuse the iterator that's already here instead of implementing a custom one. Because it's generic. It allows me to specify whatever I want. The problem is map if is a type you can't name. Why can't I name it though? Can I not be, hold on. Can't I do this? Map. Oh, it takes an iterator. Okay, but we know that iterator because it's just this. What are you? Range. Is that the wrong range? Where is it from? What is this? Alloc collections? I believe this is it. Okay. And we don't want to assign this. Close. Expected function pointer. Found closure. Okay, that's not a problem at all. Okay, so close. And the sides, no. Almost. So close. So far away. Fine, let's make an iterator. We need size, and then we need the radius. Now we can do 4. No, wait, we can't do that. Because we need some sort of cursor, or we can just take a range in here, right? And then we can iterate over the range. Okay, that's self.range, and we still need size. Wait, but hold on. Range is an iterator. Should it also take an angle, or will you add that later? The shapes are drawn using a affine transformation matrix, you know. So we can, if we need to like scale or translate or rotate it, we can do that using that matrix. We don't need to implement it here. Let's add a cursor, I guess. So the sides, and it's now self.cursor. I guess let's... Yeah, okay. Self.cursor is equal to self.cursor to self.sides.next. Skips a lot of boilerplate. I don't see how it skips a lot of boilerplate. Like, we still need to calculate this. It removes the whole if else. Yeah, but constructs an entire range to do that. Right, I mean, I could do this. To sort of get rid of this nesting. And here you go. Yeah, it's 2 lines bigger, I guess, than if there was a question mark here. But like, it doesn't construct an entire range. I guess this is also here. But hold on. This should be it. So now this is polygon iterator. Okay, we have the path elements, we have the area, we have the perimeter, we don't have the winding, we don't have the bounding box. The bounding box should be easy. I kind of want to reuse this. Can I make like a function iterator like this? Or is this like a trait that I should implement? So yeah, definitely not here. No, also not here. Hold on, that's the wrong type. Here. Into iterator trait. But it's not just iter like in Bevy. Why is that? And it also consumes the thing, that's not what I want. Gonna leave it as this, because I only want to take the reference. .iter is used for turning a reference into an iterator. Yeah, but is it a trait that I can implement? I don't think it's a standard trait now. Okay. So how come you can do like a slice iteration? You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Instead of doing iter mutable, I can do this. And it also works. Where does this come from? Yeah, no, it is custom functions. Interesting. Implement a into iterator for a reference to query. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna do rect is equal to some, no, it's equal to none. Then we should probably close the path as well. Gonna look into that. Oh yeah, let's define the type. And then we're gonna return the rect once we're done with it. No, we don't want to expand it. Yeah, union point with P. That's some, and otherwise from points. I guess we can just put both points in here. Okay, what is your problem? Is the union modifying the rectangle? No. What's the problem? Oh, okay, I see. I overshadowed this. Okay, so this is gonna construct the bounding box, and here we can just return 0, see what's gonna happen. Okay, the chances of this working non-existent. Like, there's just no way. Oh yeah, also we need to multiply this by radius, which we cannot do, so we're gonna multiply these two by radius, which we also cannot do because it doesn't exist. Okay, so maybe I can. Maybe I can do that. No. No overload for that, sadly. You need to be public. Okay, it looks like that's it. Let's just go to the interface and try to render it instead of the circle. I'm gonna do polygon new. Oh, what is this polygon? What's going on here? Bevy math, a polygon with n vertices. No, no, please don't tell me all of this is already implemented in Bevy. No. There's a regular polygon. Guys, not like this. I love how I checked in Velo if they have an implementation for that, and they didn't. And I never thought about Bevy having it. Oh my god. RTFM, dude? I don't know what it means. RTFM. You're speaking with a language I don't understand. Oh, read the manual, okay. Look, but we got to spend time together. Where would be the fun in like using an already implemented, perfectly tested, probably working seamlessly solution? I wouldn't trace it for the world. I wouldn't trade it. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna go cry for a little while and I'll be back in 6 minutes. Okay, but like, I would like to emphasize the craziness of this. Like the fact that Bevy just has this implemented is kind of surprising. Okay, so I guess new type it is. Let's call this one polygon shape, and then we're gonna put the actual polygon inside of it, or regular polygon, I guess. Bevy math is a wild crate. So you say it like as if you would know, but 10 minutes ago you didn't know there's a polygon in that crate. Unless you just wanted to watch me suffer. That I can respect. Why is there a circumcircle, by the way? Oh, it's just a radius. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It has all sorts of amazing things in there. If only we knew what these things are. I should probably read through the crate or something. Or like all of the crates. Polygon shape, regular polygon. And then we're just gonna steal the new constructor, whatever it is. And then this is gonna be self regular polygon new. We can probably derive some default in here. Okay, we probably don't need any of this. I guess the iterator may be useful still. We'll see. Let me move this above the iterator because I like it this way. So area should be simpler. It's just gonna be this as F64. Perimeter again. It's so beautiful, so simple. Winding. Oh, if we can find it here. No, I don't think it has it. We're gonna have to figure this out ourselves. Let's see, just to make sure. Internal edge radiance, external angle, excuse me, and then vertices. Yeah, I don't think there's... there's like sampling functions, AABB functions, all sorts. If it's maths, but abstract enough to not be under crate instead, it's there. You have to check it out. I made a huge macro that makes a custom dynamic trait implementation for a trait. That was fun. I can imagine. Triangle 2D has winding order. Yeah, but that's a different winding order. Because this one wants to know if a given point is on the inside or the outside of the thingy. Oh wait, maybe there is a bounding box? No, I don't think there is, but there's a bounding circle. I'm gonna calculate it, that's relatively straightforward. Oh, rotation. I don't want that. So what do you return into iterator? Okay, we're gonna do a little trick. No, hold on. I don't think I will be able to use that. Because I still don't know the I. So I'm still won't be able to do it here. Well, that's a bummer. Box dynamic, I know. I don't think this would help us getting a concrete type for this trait implementation. Triangle 2D has winding order. Yeah, that's what it's used for. Are you referring to like checking if a point is inside of the shape? If so, how would winding order help with that? Like it just says if it's counterclockwise or clockwise. It doesn't take a point as a argument. I'm trying to think what I can put in this iterator to make it happen. The algorithm is basically loop over every vertex in the shape and count clockwise versus counterclockwise triangles that overlap the point. Yeah, but not for a polygon. For a polygon, we just need to check if any triangle is overlapping the point. You loop over every vertex in the shape and count clockwise versus counterclockwise triangles that overlap the point. Good night and good luck. Thank you. Good night to you too. I don't honestly know what you're referring to. Like the winding in this triangle is just the order of the vertices. Like if they go counterclockwise or not counterclockwise. But like we're talking we're talking about a 2D space. So I don't know what's this assumption that if it's counterclockwise, the point inside is not inside of a triangle, it's like outside of it. I'm not sure where this comes from. It's to handle convex shapes. But if you have a convex shape decomposed to triangles, you don't need to do that. I think you know what you mean, because like I use that in curves. When I do triangulation of my curve, idle is inside. But it's about edges, not about triangles. So if you forget the triangles for a moment, you can walk all the vertices in the shape and count how many times you loop around the target point. Okay, but what do you mean if I forget the triangles? You said that the winding order in the triangle 2D is used for checking if the point is inside the shape. That's why we're having this conversation. The triangle thing was not speaking very clearly. Yeah, anyway, polygon iterator. I just mean you can use that algorithm from triangle to D, like copy the code, but it checks the winding order of the vertices. Oh my god, there's a perpendicular dot product function. That's awesome. So what does it do? It's like A, B, C. From A to B. And then from A to C. What is this doing? Perpendicular dot product. So now it's 2D cross product. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm assuming it's giving like some sort of an area here. So if I were to guess, it's gonna be positive if it's like clockwise. And then if B was here, it would be negative, probably. Would be my guess. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Polygon iterator. So I can't really use map, so I guess wait, hold on, maybe I can use map now. No, because it already returns a map with a different function. Okay, that's annoying. Okay, to make this kind of dirty, I guess, let's just do vertices. Let's take the vector of vector 2, whatever. And then cursor is gonna be U32. Or I guess it's gonna be U size because that's what the length's gonna be. That's gonna be none. It's gonna be path close path. And there's also some. And it's gonna be path line 2. No, this actually moved to. Serve.vertices. Okay, something like this, that should work. If I could spell, that is. And you don't need any generic types anymore. Gonna get rid of that. It's a very short paper, a winding number and point and polygon algorithm, that explains how to get the winding number about a point. But I think if it's a convex shape, then you don't need the winding order. I think it's just a matter of like checking the direction of like each edge. Because first of all, we need the winding order of the entire polygon, and then we know that it's not, that it is convex. Right, so just like, oh, the point is here. Let's check this curve. Is it on the right side? And then like continue. Another vector here. Is it on the right side? Another vector here. Is it on the right side? And so forth. And if at some point it's not on the right side, then it's outside. It's like you don't really need to count anything for a convex shape, I don't think. Okay, this better work, I hope. So now we just need polygon, iterator, vertices. That's gonna be ugly, but oh well. Oh. Wait, into iterator. Okay, so aside from winding, which may be important here, but I don't think it's important because rendering is done on the GPU anyway. So it's not like the GPU is gonna call this function for like every fragment shader, every fragment on the image, on the texture. Okay, now we can finally check this. Let's do polygon. Is this my polygon? No. What's the name for my polygon? Oh, it's polygon shape. Okay. Polygon shape, new. Radius. And then sides is gonna be like, let's start with 5, something simple. Oh, it's the other way around. Okay, if this actually works. It stopped responding. I think we crashed something. Oh, okay. I'm not incrementing the cursor at any point. That's a fun infinite loop. Okay, attempt number 2. Okay, we cannot see anything. That's interesting, very interesting. Beautiful. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Let me think about this. We could try maybe dual Bezier path from path segments from iterator. No, or maybe what type of iterator do you want? Ooh, from path element. Okay, that's what we have. Yeah, so we're gonna use a Bezier path just to see if this is something messed up with our implementation. Maybe. Maybe using the winding number to determine calling. Yeah, that's why I want to check a Bezier path, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It's probably something really silly and simple. Let me try spawning a terrain. If I can do that. Curves are storing points. No, we cannot do that. So this is only converted into a path. Okay. Is this rebuilding? Yes, it is. Okay. Let's go here and maybe debug the next, just to see what we are even generating here. If anything. Oh, no, we're doing something. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have a move to, line to. Oh, okay, it seems to be going in the opposite direction, isn't it? Because it starts at y 160 and then it goes to like negative x here, and then negative y and a smaller x here, and then here. So it goes like counterclockwise. Peculiar. Okay, let's do this. Dual switcheroo, and then take this out. And then I'm just gonna inverse the x-axis so we end up with a correct winding. No, what's your problem? If chain can be rewritten with match, okay. Whatever. Okay, that did not help. But it is now going in the correct direction, so there's that. Maybe it's about the bounding box. No, but none of this matters now as I think of it, because when we feel what is happening here is that the shape is just encoded right here. Encode shape. And then it's just turned into path elements. No other information is being extracted from it. It's dual stroke. See if that's gonna change anything. Make sure it's not a problem with like filling the shape. No. Wait, circle. Hold on a second. See, I lied to you. We do set the center of the circle. Because here it's just using the default transformation. Let's take a look at this now. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Okay, we can go back to fill. Fill non-zero. See, now we're talking. Some things are still not working though. Oh no, that's okay. We just also need this transformation right here. For the mask to work with the underlying text. Oh, what's your problem? Oh, okay. Whoa. Here you go. All right. Now we're talking. Okay, let me get rid of the debug log that's going on here. Looking good, thank you. Although not yet. Still some work to do. Can I not? Is there no quick fix? If chain, writing the if chain to use compare and match. Ooh, I see what it means. Okay, I'm gonna do this in just a second. We close this. Okay, I thought about all of this. And so my conclusion is what we are doing is kind of silly. Because frankly, all we need is a Bezier path and nothing else. Because again, all of these are never used by Velo for actual rendering. So I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna change this to something else. Just need to think about what exactly I want to do. Let's go to extensions. It's gonna be the best thing, I think, because we already have like rect extensions. And then we can do public trait, regular polygon extensions. It's gonna be a function to Kerbo. It's gonna take self. It's gonna return a Bezier path. Then we're gonna implement this for regular polygon. And now we're just gonna return Bez path from iterator, and said iterator is gonna be self dot vertices 0, and then we're gonna just map it to whatever. It's gonna be 10 times simpler than all of this. So I guess before we do that, I need to enumerate. I need to into iterator enumerate, and then we're gonna map now if e is equal to 0, that's gonna be moved to otherwise it's gonna be line 2. For now we're gonna see what's gonna happen if we don't close it. And then the point is just v. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, I see. That's a tuple. Okay, 10 times simpler. This is not necessary. And then library, which is gonna do polygon, regular polygon, to Kerbo. That's it. Okay, it seems to be working without closing as well. It's not gonna worry about that. So this should actually be 11. Okay, and now we just need to make it rotate. So for now we can just use time before we have an actual animation. Okay, mask matrix is gonna be this, multiplied by affine 2 from angle, I guess. And then the angle is gonna be time dot elapsed seconds. What do you give me? 32. That would be cool. That would be like what? 1 revolution per 6 seconds? Something like that. Okay. It's not rotating around the angle I want it to rotate, but that's probably just a matter of ordering the matrices. Yeah, here we go. Mesmerizing. So then one more fill that would be appropriate here. From scale. And this is gonna be surface active secondary. So there's a bigger circle behind it that will probably overlap the entire thing. Yeah, okay. Now we're getting closer to this look we have going on. I guess the calculation for the mask could be a bit different. Where's the radius coming from? Why is it all the way here? Let's do like minus 20. Yeah, okay, that's better. I'm gonna need to look into some proper timing functions and other animation features to make some other cool stuff. But yeah, that's quite a journey to render a polygon on the screen. Okay, so one little thing that I'd like to try and do is align the current palette with what we have going on here. So let's comment these changes. It's a polygon shape in here, and then let's go to terrain. And see, where do we instantiate these things? Yeah, here, spline mesh, color. Let's see. Here and in the damage, we can leave the hold on a second, because OBS just told me that it got disconnected. So I want to check if everything is okay with the live stream. Yeah, all good now. Okay. Yeah, I can check as well. Okay, let me just check Twitch, because I don't know if I have auto reconnection configured. Yeah, no, okay. We're still live. Okay, the problem is that the terrain parser currently runs during parsing, I guess, so it doesn't have access to the palette. We're gonna have to figure this out as well. For now, I'm just gonna hard code it. So I want this to be the new terrain color. And then my camera should be something like this, maybe. So that it actually matches what we're working on, because right now it's really clashing. Okay, and now we just need to, hold on, we need to force Blender to recompile this scene. Okay, now we're talking. No, it's actually somewhat consistent. I guess some of the sprites don't match it. It's not really that visible because they're really small. I guess here you can sort of see that this is a bit more green than blue. Okay, maybe we can use this darker color for the camera. But other than that, it's looking nicer. Yeah, okay. Right, I think that's gonna be it for today's live stream. Gonna be slowly finishing. I will see you on Sunday, and hopefully I'm gonna have something more to show when it comes to the UI. I will have to look into like spring animations and set some of that up, because I have a really nice vision for the animations. I want to try to make it like with no delay when it comes to transitions between scenes or between menus, I guess. So like the moment you go back, there is an animation, but it doesn't take away control. So we can like really quickly click through the menus. And I'd like to base it on spring animations. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful rest of the day. And I'll see you when I'll see you.